Yeah, it's incredible.
Let me see. How long was
Hey,
Cam
there's
in the
one.
league? Did he get 10 years? He definitely got
I
10
think he
years.
got 10 years. Yeah. He got 10 years. I mean, there was a time where he looked like the most electrifying man in sports and entertainment. Like,
Right.
why does this say zero? I know y'all are out there. Like, why does it say zero? There they are. Is he like what?
I feel like we saw more of Cam.
Yeah, we definitely saw
I
more
don't,
of
I don't feel
Cam.
like we got cheated from what Cam could have been the way we feel with Derrick Rose, right?
Yeah, Derrick Rose, we missed out on.
Cam is this
I think Cam.
He got an MVP in 2015. Did he win MVP?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he won the MVP the year that they were 15-1.
15-1.
And the thing that drives me crazy, this is one of the things that really pissed me off about Cam, is you remember they was doing the pictures that year, they was doing all that stuff. They were running through everybody. They got their ass whooped at the Super Bowl, and he went to the podium in uniform, sulking, towel over his head. It's like,
I hated that. He had all the energy when everything was good.
Yeah,
and then didn't he walk off before?
Because he could hear, like he
Yeah,
could
they
hear
were
on the other
celebrating.
side. Yeah,
They was talking on this. That's what
and
happened.
it's like,
and then he came back with like, man, I just want to win, and I'm a sore loser. I hate to lose. Like, nah, I can't.
It's like, Cam, you can't do that, but you really can't do that. So.
Yeah, I saw a clip. Let's see if I can. There's an easy way to find it, but I think it was during that season, and he like he did some kind of he had a touchdown, and he did some kind of exaggerated dab and everything in the end zone, and then the Titans player got mad and and like got up in his face and pushed him, and then Cam walked away, started dabbing
did
some
it
more.
Again. Yeah.
That cracked me up.
Twitch be going. Twitch be acting funny, man. We're a couple minutes late on the radio, man, but welcome everybody in here. We should be a couple minutes. We're just a little bit. We should just start live here real soon. Yeah. Damn. ESPN. What you doing? It was probably Bart Scott wouldn't shut the hell up. That's probably the problem.
There it is. I'm gonna bring my 4-way into this while we got a minute.
You gonna bring what?
I'm gonna try to. Does this work here? Oh, I can't share. I was gonna share.
Johnny, what it do, baby?
Share the screen and yeah, I gotta set something up.
Still learning.
But I found where Cam was tapping on the Titans. This just I didn't hit him with the.
Oh man,
that is a classic. I'm gonna have to tweet this out later. I gotta find
good
it
stuff.
because Cam came and dabbed and
Who knew? Oh, somebody's had to have made this joke already. Who knew that it was Mac Jones in the commercial warming up his arm?
You're right.
Who knew? Who knew that was Mac Jones all along? It was me, Cameron. It was me all along.
Oh, speaking of, I wanted to. It's always dicey, but I think I'm gonna save this for the show. This is good enough for the show. I'm willing to run down the shot clock for this one for the show.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. We'll put it in the holster. And
probably after the
whenever
first
you find
break.
it.
Probably after the first break. Well,
all right.
I'm gonna just those shot clock winding down. I'll probably get one of those shots. I'm not shooting with 15 seconds.
Boy, we took the Triple H sledgehammer to the shot clock yesterday, so we're good. And we welcome you in here on this final day of August with fall ahead of us and the football season.
Over.
Right.
Wow.
Let's be easy.
It is.
Yeah,
I've already mentally prepared myself. Okay. I'm already here. I'm not going to, Labor Day. No, it's over.
No,
guys.
I hate saying summer's over. Like, you can talk about Labor Day and all this different stuff. The fact is, it can still be 102 on Halloween. Like, summer's over. Summer's over when it's no longer 90.
You know when summer ended for me this year? After we hosted the London. I was like, I'm tired. Summer's done. I've been gone hard for about 4 weeks, man. I'm done. I'm done till September.
Yeah, no, I'm with that. And we've got the football season right around the corner. 1 week from this Thursday, it kicks off. Of course, 12 days away from the first Sunday, and it is cut day in the NFL. We'll talk about Trey Lance and the small chip in his finger, which I can say never heard of before. I've heard of chips and knees. I've heard of
chips and knees.
I've heard of chips like bone spurs, like chip off. That's what arthroscopic surgery is. They basically go in with a vacuum, a little tiny vacuum, cut your knee open, go in with a vacuum. Doctors talk about it like it's no big deal. Just go in there with a vacuum. We clean things up. They make it sound so innocent. It's like, fam, you open up a knee. Like, there's nothing innocent about that. There's nothing routine about it. It might be routine to you. A vacuum cleaner in my knee is not routine. I've never heard of a chip in the finger. I've heard of a chip nail. I've never heard of a chip in the finger, but apparently Trey Lance has one.
I had the worst conversation with the Queen Bee earlier this weekend about, I don't even know if I want to go down that road, about surgery. Because you guys know I'm not for all that. She watches those shows or whatever. And she's talking about how, like, if you look at your hand or whatever, from what she says, if they're cut it open for surgery, you would think your bones and stuff are connected. They kind of are, but they're really not.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can take the top part of this finger, put the bone over here, take the bottom, put it, all that.
What are we doing right now?
You're the one that brought up chips and all this other stuff.
I'm relaying news. You're talking about you're playing Mr. Potato Head with everybody's fingers.
Yeah. That's the first thing that came to my mind. Obviously, I haven't gotten over that conversation.
Okay, next time, I don't even know if I want to go down this road. Pops in your head. Don't just turn the vehicle around. Just hit the U-turn and go the other way. You went south. Turn around. Head back north.
I don't even want to be on the road.
Okay, pull over to the side. Let's not play Mr. Potato Head with people's fingers and hands anymore, man. Like, it's lunchtime. Like, man, what are you doing?
I guess it is lunchtime. I'm trying to think when the last time I ate lunch at 12 o'clock. Like, that don't ever happen.
Well, you should just do what Kyle does and start throwing popcorn in your mouth right as the show gets started. You did used to, yeah. Invisalign put an end to that. With popcorn, French fries. Kenny's got the diet of a 10-year-old.
I lost like 15 pounds.
There you go. Well, that's because you're out there getting them shots up.
I am getting these shots. So that's just what I do. Okay. For the rest of eternity, I'm gonna just shoot till I can't shoot no more.
Ain't gonna play no defense, but Kenny gonna shoot, man. That's for sure.
That's not my bag.
Show already in progress here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We welcome those listening on 1320 AM on the radio in your car. We welcome those listening on the Odyssey app. You could take it if you're in the car, even if you're not into streaming, if you don't want to see these two pretty faces, even if you don't want to jump into the chat and don't want to miss anything, the Odyssey app is a great way to go. If you're getting out of your car, you can go to the Odyssey app. You could find ESPN 1320. You could hit the heart button. You could save us as your favorite radio station, and you won't miss anything. And there's going to be a lot to talk about as the final rosters are due in the NFL the next 53 minutes. And I don't know what's going to happen in the next 53 minutes, but I'm pretty confident we're not going to get a bigger story than Cam Newton being cut by the New England Patriots. Now, we thought there was going to be a quarterback battle between Cam Newton and Mac Jones, and I actually kind of thought Cam Newton was going to be the starter headed into week one, but Bill Belichick said no thanks and no thanks, and he let Cam Newton go. There's a lot of different layers to this. Some of them are going to be uncomfortable. Some of them people aren't going to like. But there are legitimate things that we have to talk about. I think it's funny, though, We don't know who's starting for the San Francisco 49ers, but we know that Mac Jones is starting somewhere in the league. Given everything that happened leading into the NFL draft, that's pretty funny.
Wasn't it Alanis Morissette who said, "Isn't it ironic?"
I think it was Alanis Morissette. We'll go. You get points for the reference. Like it's better than "Smells Like Teen Spirit" being your favorite Metallica song. So yeah, it's solid.
Nirvana, right? Nirvana.
It's Nirvana. Yeah.
Okay. I was just making sure. But
a great Nirvana story while I was away. It was fantastic. We'll save it for the commercial break.
Okay. All right. I hadn't heard
iconic album cover gone wrong, I guess, is what I was reading. Yeah.
Oh my. I haven't heard it. I'm interested to hear this. But Mac Jones, the 49ers, Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. And can I say this?
Sure.
Can I genuinely say this? First of all, that's two things. First of all, and we'll get into this more, but Cam Newton, you know what I mean?
Ooh.
Tough for him.
Ooh.
I'm not going to portray it as if like I was this Cam Newton super fan, but I liked him. He was cool. I really liked this time in Carolina where he was almost like a real superhero, give the ball to the kids and stuff like that. I thought that was really dope. That's when I really started to really like Cam Newton. So we'll talk about what's next for him. But Mac Jones, good for him. Yeah. In all seriousness, good for him. I really felt, and I think I said this a couple of times when we were going through the whole draft process. I was like, look, man, I don't want the 49ers to draft Mac Jones. I'm going to be hot if they draft Mac Jones. But at the same time, I can understand, poor kid, he didn't ask for any of this. He didn't ask for any of this heat. He's just trying to live out and get to the NFL, and people are hating him and all this. He didn't ask for any of this. So I always kind of like felt bad for him for having to endure some of that wrath. So for him to go out there, play well in the preseason, and get that starting spot, good for him, man.
But it's not the same, though. For the Patriots versus the 49ers isn't an apples-to-apples comparison because the Patriots were slotted in a draft spot.
Right.
They drafted a quarterback there.
Yeah.
The 49ers moved up. They gave up significant, draft future equity to get to that 3 spot. So they're two, you could think Mac Jones is a fine quarterback. You could think Mac Jones is a very, very good quarterback. You're drafting the guy you expect to be your franchise quarterback for the next decade plus at number 3. Now, he may very well wind up being the next decade plus quarterback for the New England Patriots. Right. And that's great at what was it, 13, wherever 14, wherever New England was. Like that's beautiful. At 3, you have to be dead sure about who you're drafting. Otherwise, you land the Mitchell Trubisky's. And when you land the Mitchell Trubisky's, you wind up like the Chicago's. And when you wind up like the Chicago's, you got a fan base pulling their hair out, going crazy, and you're constantly searching for the next quarterback, which they just did with Justin Fields. You can't miss when you're drafting that high.
And I said during the whole process, I think Mac Jones is a good quarterback. I could see him being around for a decade plus. I don't think he's going to be better than Trey Lance. And more importantly, if I had to take a chance, one shot for my job, basically, I'm going to ride with Trey Lance. Does that mean I'm going to be right if I do that? No, I have no idea. That's what the draft is all about. But I'm taking my chances with Trey Lance. That's what the 49ers did. But good for Mac Jones, man, getting that starting spot.
Well, we mentioned there's a couple of like elements to this Cam Newton thing that we've got to talk about, but I feel like this genuinely take all of that other stuff out of it. All of the stuff that we're going to talk about here as this show rolls along. To me, if it's Cam versus Mac and it's close, if it's comparable, like you're really breaking down the film and you're looking at this and you're going, okay, here are the positives for Cam and here are the positives for Mac. Like, what's the score? I've been using the score analogy a lot. It's 10-9. It's 10-9 in favor of Cam. For me, you go with Mac.
Absolutely.
Like, why wait? Like, why prolong the inevitable? Like, you've got Cam for 1 year at, like, I think it's $15-16 million, somewhere around that, which we were stunned that he wound up signing for that amount of money with the New England Patriots. But that's what you had. Like, oh, if that's where we are, it's not 10-2. It's not 28-3. It's nothing like that. It's close.
Yeah.
If it's close, Let's go with Cam.
100%.
Or let's go with the rookie. Sorry, let's go with Mac
No,
Jones.
Mac Jones, 100%.
Now, releasing Cam is a bit surprising, and there's probably some layers to that we've got to talk about as well, which we will. We'll also talk about what Vegas odds makers think about the Sacramento Kings.
Oh,
Spoiler
joy.
alert. It's no surprise.
No joy.
As a matter of fact, they're good for the same. It's like a half a win more than they had last year. Prorated, of course. We'll talk about that as well. Plenty to get into. We're just getting started here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Malcolm.
Malcolm.
They may not have wanted that.
Yeah.
They might all be relieved right now. Well, I shouldn't say all. That's not fair.
Okay.
A lot of them are relieved right now.
Real talk. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll bring that up though. There was a thing about like Mac Jones jerseys have sold out on the team store. I'm going to ask without elaborating if they had drafted Justin Fields.
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
Hell no.
I was just curious. New England, like the way that like they set that New England media, boy, not all of them, not all of them, but enough of them. Mm-hmm. Like, what's the dude's name? Scott Zolik, the radio analyst. You say, well, God, if Cam just turned down the rap music, he's dancing between reps. You know, it was funny and cute when Peyton was running around singing Rocky Top during practice. Like that was look at this video. It's Peyton Manning in a Denver Broncos uniform singing Rocky Top. Oh, but Cam singing Meek Mill or whatever it was is a problem. Okay. I ain't never heard them. Gardner Minshew's wardrobe was adorable. Oh, it was so funny. Gardner Minshew was the hottest thing in the game. He looks like an extra on Dukes of Hazzard. That's
love Gardner Minshew.
Cam Newton, being dressed like $1 million every game. That's a problem, Cam. That's a problem.
Yeah, they love Gardner Minshew. I don't know why.
Scott Zoet, current Patriots bitch. Former Patriots quarterback, current Patriot biatch.
Like a rhinestone cow. Right. Rhinestone, right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's official.
Yes. Wait, hold on. John, you good? What's going on here? John, you good? John, where are you? And shout out, I don't know if Rich is watching. I text Rich this morning to make sure he was all good. He's traveling again, but his wife and kids they're without power, but he's got to work, so they're all safe.
It's so crazy right now. I don't know if you've seen the videos of there's alligators in them streets. I mean, my goodness. I seen the video where the lady was showing her backyard. It's super flooded out, super high or whatever. And she's, able to walk down the steps a little bit. And she's walking and the video's panning. And she's like, is that what I think it is? And then it moves in the water. And she gets back up the steps. I'm like, what? The alligator right there in the backyard. Waiting, camouflaged, all that. I hope it doesn't get too crazy out there, man.
It means the alligator now owns the house. You have to leave.
Yeah.
Hey, it's yours. I'm out.
So that's all.
Rich is in here?
Snakes.
Okay. Oh, here he is. Okay.
Rich, what's up, big dog? They let Travis Benjamin go, huh? That's what I'm assuming you're saying, Ken. Kind of surprised, not really surprised. I'm assuming Jalen Hurd probably makes it now.
That's good. I like that, though.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Odyssey app is a great way to listen to the show. It's a great way to listen to anything. We've got hundreds of exclusive music stations that are available now for you, for sports and music fans, by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Any way you want to listen to D-Lo and KC, you absolutely can. I know I talk about Twitch and YouTube a lot. It's a great little community that we've built over there, you know, with the chat house. And oftentimes we're doing the radio show here, but the chat's having different conversations, and obviously a big conversation here in the chat house, as it is on social media, as it is all around our community, are the fires that we're dealing with here in Northern California, and that we're dealing with here in you know, around Lake Tahoe, and then everything that's going on in Louisiana. Rich, one of our most, you know, dedicated, you know, listeners, followers, supporters of, you know, the McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin and the Sovereign Brands. You know, him and his family live out there in Louisiana, and he's traveling, trying to escape that. His family's safe right now. They're without power. You know, I was reading a story not too long ago. The Saints are they're relocating to Dallas. Yeah. It looks like they're going to
be there for the first quarter of the season. I think they're trying to say.
Yeah, right now we're at the very least, the Saints right now are looking at a month of, you know, they're basically packing life up and headed to, it looks like Dallas, and I don't think this is official. They've been I know they wanted to do Oxnard. They have looked at a couple of different scenarios, but there's a very real possibility that the Saints are going to be playing their home games at Jerry World at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, and so that's, you know, relocating family, relocating an entire team to an entirely different state. You know, just speaks to, you know, all of the ramifications of the things that are going on in the world right now. And by the way, the pandemic rages on. Like, you're still feeling. So the backdrop to wildfires and hurricanes are, the global pandemic is still here. Wow. Cool. Like, great. Like, it's one thing or another here. So Rich, we're thinking about you, buddy. We're glad you're able to stop in. We know you're watching at the airport. We send love to you and your family. We send love to everybody. I know a lot of people in the chat house, they've got family in the Tahoe area and in those areas that have been evacuated. So, you know, of course, we send our love to you. You know, jump in the chat. It's great little support system over there at youtube.com/ESPN1320.
100%, man. 100%. Prayers up to everybody in Tahoe and in Louisiana and in surrounding areas, man, for everything that's going on.
And the country.
And the country. and we all still going through a little something right now, right? So, yeah.
I'm starting to come to the realization, like, you are looking at the permanent ESPN 1320 studios right now. Like, here it is. You said yesterday, we'll be back in the studio by then. Like,
not so fast, my friend, as Lee Corso would say.
We're on the Delta variant. Wait till that Virgin Islands. Wait till what is it? Spirit Airlines. Wait till the Spirit version come through. Well, that's gonna knock us out, man.
Man. Never ever a perfect segue, but I wanted to start the shot clock real quick.
Okay, because I was gonna say you don't have to segue because I got something on that, but go ahead. Shot clock on.
I just wanted to start the shot clock. And I saw this and I thought about you. Did we have a shoot last night on Raw?
How was that guy? I don't think so.
I think it was.
It might have been.
I think it was.
It might have been.
A shoot is a wrestling term for when it's not fake and they start really fighting or
where
interaction,
where things go awry and something went awry. It looked like last night. And if it was a work, it was awkward enough to. Oh man. Okay.
And like, that 2-3 piece that landed pretty flush.
What got me is when Charlotte. So something went wrong. Nia dropped Charlotte. It looked like
that was rough.
She dropped her.
Yeah,
and we're gonna talk about that. We're going to
start though. Like I think they got real heat.
We're gonna talk about that in the house show. Like we'll talk about all of that.
I'm definitely gotta check out the house show.
But when Charlotte did the little thing to the side of her head and she kind of looked at and Nia said, "Don't." That's where it's like, okay, I think this is I think something just went wrong.
Then just went awry. That told me was Nia 2-pieced her, even maybe got a 3-piece in there. And then like Charlotte attacks, like holds her arm like you would in a normal fight. Like hold her arm, like, are we gonna do this? And then they drop arms and then they go to the Samoan drop. Yeah, that's not a clean little segue right there. They got back on script, I think, for a quick second after getting off script.
I want to meet the agent who goes, okay, let the whole match break down, make it look like a real fight, and then go to the finish. It'll be brilliant. Everybody will be talking about it. That thing is WWE is not that creative. We'll talk more about that in the house show on Twitch and YouTube exclusively. Coming up at 2:47. I
was like, I gotta ask my partner about this because I think we just had a little shoot.
Cam, we might have. Cam got hit with the 2-piece today. The good and the bye.
Oh,
there's some difficult questions to be asked about Cam Newton. We talked about a moment ago if it's close enough where if you're doing the proverbial scorecard at the start of training camp and you go, it's. We're looking at this scorecard. You're a boxing guy. We look at the scorecard. It's 10-9. Okay, well, 10-9. Well, you have a clear winner. Except in this case, like if the score is 10-9, and you look at Cam Newton, you go, okay, Cam won out the quarterback battle 10-9. He was just a smidge bit better than Mac Jones. In that situation, I think you go with Mac Jones because I don't think there's enough benefit to keeping Mac Jones on the bench. Now there are other pieces in this puzzle, I think. And this is just my opinion. I don't think Cam Newton's COVID situation is helping anything. Now, I know he didn't have COVID. I'm not even clear what happened last week, other than he got like an unauthorized test or something like that. Like you have to be tested like by a certain person at a certain time. He got tested away from the facility. It all broke down to where he ultimately missed. There's no, this person is vaccinated, this person is vaccinated. None of that is really made clear unless a person answers.
Right.
However, you can observe the way stuff is done and figure out, okay, Mac Jones is walking around under the protocols of a person who is fully vaccinated. Cam Newton is walking around, and I swore that Cam Newton wrote an essay about how COVID kicked his ass. Maybe I imagined that essay.
I'm not sure about the essay, but I just remember hearing about it. Maybe, I don't know if he said it.
He talked about it. I know he was vocal about it.
Yeah, I thought he struggled with it.
I thought for sure he was vaccinated. But again, I don't know whether he is or he isn't. But all appearances are, based on the way that he conducts himself around the facility, is that he is not. The fact that he missed time because of a quote, an unauthorized COVID test, those are the protocols for someone who is not vaccinated. And when you've got two quarterbacks who are about the same, you have to go with the one that you're more confident in being there week after week.
Absolutely.
Because the COVID protocols, whether vaccinated players get COVID or not, the protocols are different. The protocols are different for testing. The protocols are different for if you're positive. It's all completely different if you're vaccinated. If you're not, like, we're going to be dealing with this all year with guys like Carson Wentz, Kirk, if I die Cousins. We're going to be dealing with all of that stuff from those guys all year long because of that they've chosen not to be vaccinated. And it's one thing for a running back. It's the one thing for this player. When you're a key player, when you're the key player on a team, it becomes a problem. I don't know how much of that weighed into Cam Newton's release today. But I have to believe it was at least thought about. Like, hey, he could miss time during the year. He may never test positive. He may be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And he misses a Monday night game. He misses a Sunday night game. He misses a Sunday 1:00 game. It doesn't matter. He misses a game, and we're put in a situation now where we're 6 days behind, and we've got to make a change, put Mac Jones in. Let's just put Mac Jones in now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge factor. And whether it's fair or not or anything like that, I mean, that's just being real. If you're the Patriots, if you're Bill Belichick and you're trying to navigate through this season in the middle of a pandemic and knowing how the NFL is, where we're not making up games, it'll be a forfeit. You don't want to do that. You want to minimize as much as possible how you have COVID in your locker room, let alone with your starting quarterback.
Yeah.
So that's a big factor. I look at what you talk about, like you said, the score is close between the two. You go with the younger guy, or you go in this particular case with Mac Jones. And also, how do I say, the Patriots think that they can be good. They think that they can make the playoffs. They think that, they have a shot. Just get us in the playoffs and anybody's got a shot. If you had Bill Belichick, all those guys telling the truth, this is not a Super Bowl season. Like, this is, like, if they were telling the truth, like any given Sunday, yeah. But realistically, they probably don't think they're better than the Chiefs, Bills, Ravens. Like, they're not. This isn't the Super Bowl season for them. So you can take some time and say, hey, let's get Mac in there right now. If he's good, we're getting him ready right now. It'll be great experience for the first year to have him be successful and do all this other stuff. If he struggles and he's going through growing pains, it's not Super Bowl or bust this year. Mm-hmm. It's okay.
Let's pull in a couple of notes here from Manny, and I know Isra had a similar question up here as well. Manny's asking, but why cut him? He's not good enough to be a backup. Isra asked, will Cam accept a backup role if that's all he's offered? It's early in the process, but there was at least some discussion this morning that Cam just was told Mac Jones is going to be the starter and just asked, can you release me? Mm-hmm. Again, that was just conversation in the immediate aftermath. I heard it from Tommy Curran this morning, who was actually, it was rather funny. Tommy Curran covers the New England Patriots, was on the Dan Patrick Show minutes before the Cam Newton story broke. The Cam Newton story breaks after they get off of the conversation. They bring him back on the air to talk about it. And Tommy Curran was one of the guys who was like, don't be surprised if Mac Jones winds up a starter. So he's kind of been tuned in to the Mac Jones thought and the line of thinking with the New England Patriots for a while. But he did say there's at least some discussion right now in Patriot circles that perhaps Cam just like, okay, cool. That's the right decision for you. Can you just cut me and I'll either latch on with another team or I'll be done. And at this point, Cam might be done. I absolutely think Cam is good enough to be a backup. And maybe this is just me not willing to let go, because Cam Newton right now is Cam Newton in name alone. Mm-hmm. He's not. Kenny was watching videos of Cam dabbing, back in his it was 2015, back in his MVP year. Yeah, he ain't that. You go back to, and I point this out every time I talk about Cam. You go back to the last time he was fully healthy, Thursday Night Football, Pittsburgh Steelers. He's completely healthy. He's playing like an MVP. He is 100% an MVP. He gets slammed on his shoulder. Game over. It's done. He's never been the same. Like, from that Thursday night game on, he was never the same. Not, the year after, not last year. He's never been the same since that Thursday night game against Pittsburgh. And so it's maybe Cam can't be a starter. Maybe Cam can't be a backup. Maybe Cam's career is over.
I look at Cam Newton and I see him play, and I just don't see I don't see a starting quarterback. I think about it like this. I think about if he was available and the Niners didn't have their quarterback situation, would I want them to go get Cam? And I don't know about that. I don't know if I would. I don't know if he's got it anymore. The shoulder injury, and I was trying to nail down specifically what happened. He had two different surgeries. So he had one in 2017, I think it said, for a torn rotator cuff, and he got that taken care of. And then he had another one, I think, in 2018, and they just said they didn't specify. They said it wasn't as severe as a torn rotator cuff. But we get so used to injuries nowadays and surgeries and stuff like that, where something happens and it's like, all right, you get surgery, you get it fixed up, you rehab, and you'll be back. Sometimes you're never the same.
Yeah.
Like, you get a torn rotator cuff. Yes, they've done hundreds of thousands of surgeries and they know how to fix it. And some guys come back and they better than before. You know what I mean? Some guys come back and they just don't have that zip on the ball anymore. And that could have been the case with Cam Newton, man. Could have been a situation where he got those surgeries and he just never could recover from them. One part, and I've watched obviously a lot of Cam Newton because he's one of the stars in the league. The Panthers were a premier team. But I never really every Sunday watch Cam Newton, and I wonder if it's a situation like in boxing with Roy Jones Jr., where when you have all your physical gifts, the thing with Roy Jones is physically maybe the best boxer ever, right? Just natural talent, natural ability, the best. And for much of that, of his career, he lived off that natural ability, being able to do things naturally. The minute some of that left, because that's what he relied on his entire life, he didn't have the fundamental base to be able to survive. Like Floyd, for instance. Floyd was naturally talented, but he had a fundamental base where when he wasn't as quick anymore, or his hands were brittle and he had to change his style a little bit, he had a base fundamentally that allowed him to fight for another 10 years. Roy Jones didn't have that. Roy Jones had natural gifts, and the second those natural gifts started to wane a little bit, he had nothing to fall back on, and he started getting knocked out and all this other stuff. Cam, not to say that he doesn't know how to play quarterback, I'm not saying that, but physically, naturally, he had it. But he didn't have I don't know if and I don't know this. It's just
the ability to change, the ability to adapt when your body starts to give away. That's the concern I have with Russell Westbrook. 100%. Like when Russell Westbrook gets older, God forbid Russell Westbrook gets injured, his explosiveness will decline. How will he adjust his game when his most valuable asset is gone?
Right.
It's like a guy losing his speed. You know, well, what do you do when your speed's gone? I don't know. You're a receiver. Tyreek Hill slows down. How good is Tyreek Hill as a wide receiver? And that's not like a big proclamation. It's a legitimate question. If Tyreek Hill slows down, what's his defining trait is his speed. It's his nickname. Cheetah. Like that's who and what he is and how he's identified. You lose that. How do you adapt? How do you become better? I don't know that Cam ever did. You're right. Like, I think you nailed it perfectly. I don't know, once Cam's physical gifts deteriorated a little bit, and not even because of Father Time. He's not that old. It's legitimately because of injuries. Yeah. And I think he came back from the shoulder injury. Remember, the same shoulder injury that Cam Newton had kept Andrew Luck out an entire year. Now, what that whole story was, it was all muddled. Like, oh, Andrew Luck might be back. Andrew Luck might be back. He might be. Andrew Luck's not coming back. Like, they didn't. The Colts didn't handle that properly. Cam Newton was going through the same thing, and people were looking at like, why is Cam playing but Andrew Luck isn't playing? We know why now. Like, we saw it last year. Like, we know why he shouldn't have been. Right. He and I'm not saying the Panthers pushed him out there. I'm sure he wanted to get out there. He wanted to. Oh, I feel fine. Everything's fine. He gets out there.
Cut it out and all this other stuff. He thought he was Superman, and I'm not saying that as a knock, but he thought just shake it off.
Living the gimmick.
He was probably 25, 26, 27 years old. I can shake it off and be all right.
Again, I can't stress this enough. Go back and look at those numbers that year. He wasn't going to win the MVP. I think that was the Patrick Mahomes year. Like, it was not up for conversation. But go look at those numbers. He would have finished. Like, I mean, he would have finished respectably. Like, again, that award was to be won by somebody else. But he had a tremendous year up until the point that he got injured.
I hesitate to say this name because you're talking about one of the greatest ever played the game. And you can definitely make the argument towards the end, really in the last year for sure. It just wasn't good. He was just kind of playing on name alone, right? But I think about somebody like Peyton Manning. And Peyton Manning, he was never the super athlete, but his skills and his talent definitely deteriorated, in the last 3-4 years. But he was able to just just kind of gut his way through a game, manage his way through a game, just because he understood the position. He understood specifically what the game called for, what his team called for with him in each performance. And like I said, even in the Super Bowl he won, he wasn't good. He could probably barely throw the ball 25 yards down the field. But he knew the nuance of playing quarterback, and he was able to just gut it out in those last couple of years and get it done. And
not just gut it out, but he was able, like he intellectually, he's a coach on the field. He can see things in a different way. Like people criticize that second Super Bowl for Peyton Manning all the time. I don't care how good that Broncos defense is. They're nowhere near that Super Bowl if it's not for Peyton Manning. I know he got benched. I know all of those different things happen. They're not winning a Super Bowl. They're not even advancing in the playoffs if it's not for Peyton. But that kind of speaks to he knew what his weaknesses were in that final playoff stretch and was able to work around it. Cam may not know that he has weaknesses yet. That may not have set in for him. It may just be, I need to get back. I need to get healthy. Wow, got in a car accident. Need to get back. Need to get healthy. God damn, I got this COVID thing, and I got like COVID, not the asymptomatic COVID. Like I got COVID. Like I got that. Okay, I'm gonna bounce back from that. Okay, everything's gonna be good this year. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, we're not really gonna take your word on it. We're gonna go draft this kid out of Alabama. He kind of landed right there on the lap. We're gonna see how this works out. And here we are. Cam Newton looking, and there are landing spots for him. I don't know that there are landing spots for him today as a starter, and I don't know how many teams are going to be willing. Again, regardless of how you feel about it, I'm talking about from an NFL perspective only. I don't know how many coaches are going to be willing to bring in an unvaccinated quarterback and risk the things that could go along with that, and that you could have a guy who misses games.
And also to the point of what we were talking about earlier when Manny and forgot who else asked.
Israel,
if he can't even be a backup somewhere, or they didn't have to cut him, they could have kept him as a backup. Could have been a situation like you talked about. It was reported that Cam, there in New England, I'm not going to be the backup to Mac Jones. But and he didn't say this, was maybe what he was thinking, if just any other change of scenery, I'll go and be a backup there, because there's not history. There's not maybe the embarrassment of I lost my job. I'm just coming in to be a backup. So he may be willing to be a backup somewhere. I look at somewhere like, I don't know, and I don't know if this is even an option, but somewhere like a Baltimore or I don't know. And the vaccinated situation brings a whole nother dynamic for sure. But I wouldn't be against somebody bringing them in like talked about yesterday, maybe a wildcat type situation, or pass run option type deal.
No,
because he can still use his legs, and he's still.
But no, I don't think you can. I don't think you can with Cam, because the one thing you can't do is have him go out there getting hit like that.
If he's not your starter, so what? This is how they think of the
wow.
If he's not your starter, so
wow. Who needs the man when you got Kenny Caraway?
I'm just telling you how they think.
That's tough.
If he's not your starter, then
that's part of it. Isn't that part of the reason Cam Newton is in the position that he's in?
But
he was great. I don't know that there weren't many better at what he did than him. But with that comes Drew Brees playing till he's 40. Tom Brady's playing till he's 44. You got Aaron Rodgers won the MVP at what, like 36? You got Roethlisberger, I think, is at 37, 38, somewhere around there. You got Cam's like 31, 32 years old.
The other thing about that, though, is if I'm Cam Newton or if I'm bringing him in for that situation, I've got to be real with him. I've got to say, look, this is why we're bringing you in, but you got to also realize you can't just lower your head and lower your shoulders and try to run over people anymore. Like, get them on the side.
Leave that to Jimmy Garoppolo. Let Jimmy Garoppolo do that type of stuff.
Like, you gotta understand that. You gotta say, I'm just not gonna bowl over anybody anymore, but I can still use my legs. I can still be effective. This may be the way for me to stay into the game. And when you got a real quarterback, no disrespect to Taysom Hill, but you got a real quarterback here. So you can really run some RPOs with Cam. Not asking him to throw it 40 yards down the field. He can't do that anymore. But you see him come in there, and you're like, oh, here comes the run, here comes the run. RPO, pull that thing out, hit somebody with a slant. He's going to throw, for the most part, a real pass. He could be a weapon somewhere.
We'll talk more about Cam. Final rosters are doing 17 minutes. Again, I don't know that there's going to be anything more surprising than Cam Newton. We've kind of put a couple of the pieces together to formulate the 49ers final 53. We'll talk about that as the day goes along. Casey, we're going to ride this through. I've been sitting on this Keith Pompey tweet for for about 20 minutes. I don't know if you saw it. We speculated on this. Speculation's over. Keith Pompey, our man who covers the Philadelphia 76ers, friend of D'Lo and KC, he's joined us many times. Ben Simmons tells the Sixers brass he no longer wants to be a Sixer and does not intend to report to training camp. If anybody knows, Keith Pompey knows. Again, Keith Pompey tweeted, Ben Simmons tells Sixers brass he no longer wants to be a Sixer and does not intend to report to training camp. So that does a couple of things. We speculated on whether Ben Simmons would show up to training camp. Well, we've got that answer now. Also, clearly, things are moving too slow for Ben Simmons and Rich Paul. Maybe even Rich Paul feels like the asking price is outrageous. No one's going to give you that. You're not going to get anything done. We'll get something done for you. And my client will go out there and he'll reach out. My client, Ben Simmons, has told the Philadelphia 76ers he does not want to be a part of their organization. Now, there's a couple of things that you could do.
That's a good one. That's a good point, man.
For the people who watch, hopefully you enjoyed that. But I mean, big deal, little deal, no deal. This feels like a deal to me. This feels like something.
It should be a deal.
Confirmation. Okay.
It should be a deal. You got to figure out how Daryl Morey and everybody is thinking about this. I mean, Daryl Morey has shown no signs of being in tune with reality this entire time.
Sure.
So he could look at this and be like, no, we have no intentions of trading him. We're going to keep him here. And we're going to work this thing out. And just be like, what are you talking about? Like, number one, this is what he said. Number two, it's a Rich Paul client. They're not playing around. Right? He's not just throwing out smoke signals and fake reports out there just to get you to blink.
He has zero history of that. Yeah, no. Zero.
If this is what he's saying he's going to do, this is what he's going to do. He ain't showing up. He's not going to play. And the sooner Daryl Morey realizes that, which is he should have realized after the playoffs, but the sooner he gets that through his head, the sooner a deal can be made. But yeah, this is a done deal. John Boy, I saw him in the chat talking about Daryl Morey had a better offer 2 days ago for Ben Simmons. Bookmark that. I saw something last night. I want to start something.
You want to be starting something? Well, you want to start it now? We got time.
Okay. I mean, I didn't know if you still wanted to go with Ben or.
Oh, you're leaving Ben.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well, we could leave Ben. Let's leave Ben. I just saw the tweet from Keith Pompey, and I thought let's point this out. Check the temperature, if you will. I just wanted to put it out there. It feels like this story has had no movement other than our imaginations and apparently Daryl Morey's imagination. So now it feels like with Keith Pompey tweeting that Ben Simmons has told the 76ers, I ain't interested.
It's over,
that feels
man.
like a little bit of movement to me. So we've got that out there.
It's over in Philadelphia. It's over in Philadelphia. Like, move on from it. Cut your losses. It's over.
It felt like it was over in Philadelphia yesterday. Feels like it's over today.
It's done.
Like it's
a done
over,
deal, man. It was a done deal a long time ago. Once again, maybe I get rid of these people a little too early.
But Bill Belichick, yeah. You're too early rather than you're too late.
Man, like, it's done. Portland, you're listening in Portland. It's over. Let me ask you this. I asked Kyle this question.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you this question. Let's bring it up again. If you're Portland, what do you do right now? Because over the week,
I read it.
Dane came out and it was on IG Live, and he goes, somebody asked him, "Are you leaving the PDX?" He's like, "I'm not leaving PDX as of right now." He's not playing out that contract. You're not winning a championship. It's over. This one's hard though. This one is hard because one school of thought says he's never going to have a higher asking price or a higher price tag than right now.
Mm-hmm.
You can cut your losses and get the most you'll ever get for Dame right now before it gets into Ben Simmons territory where he's like, I'm gone, right? On the other hand, Dame Lillard is a generational player. He's a generational talent. Portland, there's no guarantee that they get another player in the next 25 years, 30 years, as good as Dame Lillard. One part of me says you just kind of ride that out and you hold on to it until there's nothing to hold on to anymore. I don't know what you do. Away from it, not being emotional, not being attached to it,
mm-hmm.
you trade him now.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an emotional situation. It's a touchy situation if I'm
close
to important.
Right, but as a general manager and an owner, to change those words around, as a businessman, you're operating a business. Whether you're the owner / governor or you're the general manager, you've been tasked to run this business. With business, you gotta take your feelings out of things. I don't know at this point with Dame that the best thing isn't to move on from him. Like saying things like, I'm not going anywhere for now. Oh, you didn't have to say that. Like you could have said, no, like I'm here.
You didn't have to answer the question.
No, maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't. But like, I mean, I read, you could tell the NBA off season's here because all of these things are getting written that aren't really anything worth writing. But it's the Portland Trailblazers want to build around Dame Lillard. Yeah, that's a solid strategy. Why did it have to get this far, though? Like, why did we have to get here for Portland to go, God, you know what? We got to build around this Dame Lillard kid. He's not bad. He's entering a 5-year, super duper deal. Let's build around him. Like, why did we have to get this far? Why did we have to get to, hey, I saw plenty of jokes about a particular point guard who got eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. How many times has Portland been eliminated in the playoffs? I told you this already. They found their scapegoat. They believe it's Terry Stotts' problem. They have put all of the blame on Terry Stotts. Because did you tell me in that article that you were reading that Portland had a good offseason?
No, they had a bad one. It was one.
Oh, they were one of the bad ones. Okay. Yeah. Okay, good. Because they had an awful offseason.
They had an awful.
Because they got nothing done. Nothing at all. Yeah. And no, we're going to build around Dame. Okay. Like now? Or y'all going to wait till year 3? Or are you going to wait till he formally says, get me the hell out of here?
Well, look here, Dame, I'll go a step further here in talking about the offseason and stories that are been written about stuff like this. And you say, oh, you're just now doing that. I say, let's be real. What do you think they've been doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, you think I know you're not saying this, but you think that Portland just, you know what we should do here in 2021? Should build around Dame Lillard. That's the move. Now, what the hell do you think they've been doing they're not good enough. They can want to build around them. They can put the CJ McCollums in there, the Nurkic, get Melo, get all these guys. They've been trying to do it for years, and they're not good enough. They've reached as far as they can go when they got to the Western Conference Finals a couple of years ago. And that was it. They tried to get back there again like they should. It's done. It's done. Them having a report talking about we're going to try to build around Dame, that's just lip service. That's just lip service. It's over. I know you've been trying to do that, and it's gone as far as it can go. It's done.
Yeah, this has to be one of those like whoa bombs. Whoa, We didn't see this one. It has to be the reaction that we had to the Lakers deal falling apart and Russell Westbrook going to the Lakers. Like they're not even Woj bombs anymore. What are shams called?
Sham bombs. Aren't they?
I don't know if they're sham bombs. Like Sham's the one who's running the game right now. Shams is the captain now. So like a sham bomb or whatever it is. Like he needs to. It can't be this big public negotiation list of teams. This. That and what Dame reeks of right now is Russell Wilson. Remember Russell Wilson had the teams, the 4 or 5 teams that he'd play for, or whatever it was. Whoa. His agent leaked it to Adam Schefter. Like, whoa. I didn't ask to be traded. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Russ. Yeah. Your agent was talking to Adam Schefter about teams that you played for. Yeah, no. I didn't. No. Go Hawks. That's what Dame Lillard feels like. Dame feels like he's too nice. Like this is not Russell Wilson's personality. Right. He's not diving into the, territory of get me out of here. He's diving into the, hey, man, what do you think about, let's talk. I really liked it here. Maybe it's time to move on. But behind the scenes, he's like, hey, what could we do? Mm-hmm. He doesn't want to do the big public proclamation that these guys did. They've got to do something quietly. No list of teams. No, make it look amicable because that is best for everybody involved and move on. And hell, again, it also depends. What's Portland's goal? Is Portland's goal to continue to make the 8 seed? Great. Keep Dame. Hold him hostage if you want. Because that's what you're going to do. You didn't do anything with Yusuf Nurkic. You didn't want to move on from CJ McCollum. There were reports there were lottery picks in play for CJ McCollum, who's got a broken back spinal, but didn't phase you, huh? Okay. You just keep it moving as is. You didn't get any younger. You just got a little bit older. Cool. See what happens. Good luck. Because I like Dame. It ain't working. It ain't gonna work. So believe me, I've seen basketball that doesn't work. I've seen a lot of it. This ain't gonna work.
So what would you do? What would you do?
I would try to quietly move him. I would acquiesce to what he clearly wants. He won't say it. He clearly wants it. Like, has anyone? Hey man, we're family. Has anybody got into a situation with their significant other, like a bad situation? You've been trying to work things through for a long time. Mm-hmm. You're like, man, this is over. This is done. I got to live here because I can't afford a new house. We'll figure it all out later. Mm-hmm. And then you reconciled and everything was perfect. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure those stories exist. Hell, Kobe's a great example, right? I want to go to Chicago. He was mad at Shaq. He was mad at Jerry. But the Andrew Bynum, leaked tape in the mall or whatever it was. All of that stuff. Okay, it worked out okay for the Lakers, and it worked out for Kobe. Mm-hmm. With all due respect to Dame, Dame's not Kobe. Right. He doesn't have rings on his fingers already, and to have that like public spat to just go, oh no, we're good, we're gonna reconcile, everything's gonna be fine. It's not gonna be fine, man. It's not gonna be fine. Like, work it out without the lawyers. Like, don't bring the lawyers into this. Work it out amicably. Get Portland in a decent position. Get you in a different position. And I don't know what a good position is for Dame Lillard because it's going to cost a lot to get him out of Portland. And you go from there. And hey, maybe the worlds are lining up because isn't this what Philadelphia was waiting for? Philadelphia wanted Dame Lillard. Well, hey, guys, look, we got Ben Simmons. Meanwhile, I think Portland's looking at Philly like, dude, you got to be kidding me. Yeah, they'll trade you for Joel Embiid, but I'm not trading you Dame Lillard for Ben Simmons. Yeah. Like, come on, fam.
Not interested in that at all. Yeah.
Jesse, are we good? You want? Okay. Well, let's step out here for a quick second.
When we step out, I come back. We'll talk about what I said I needed to talk about. Remember when John Bull put up Daryl Morey had a better trade 2 days ago and all this other stuff?
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about what we need to talk about here in Sacramento. This is a family discussion. that we
Oh,
all need to have.
oh,
And I had a, is it strong enough to say an epiphany last night?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Is it?
We'll find out.
Okay. You want to talk about this? Talk about these win totals too for the Kings.
Yes, we can.
We could do that. There's lots more ahead. You've got me really intrigued. I'm curious what this all winds up to be. Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, and Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, that's no problem. No problem. No problem. I'm trying to go to my pace. Yeah, that'd be worth it. Where's there's the article. Jeez. Let's see. Oh, come on.
I actually think what D'Lo and KC is proposing for Ben Simmons, I think that's a fair deal for both teams, actually. I try to think about both sides and be like, oh, why would this team do it? Yeah, we want to do it, but why would they do it? I think that's pretty fair. It would leave them without a point guard. So I don't know how they would do that in Philly. But, you take a flyer on a Marvin Bagley, you get a Buddy Hield who can shoot the rock. Okay, now you've gone too far. Now you've gone too far, Jesse. The thing that, and this is where people will get upset with me when I say this is, if I'm Philly, why do I want, that's a good point, Johnny Do It. That will open up the door for them to play Maxey at the point. But why would I want Buddy Hield and his contract when I already have, even if I don't want to say he's the same player, when I already have 80% of Buddy Hield and Shake Milton, and he's considerably cheaper. Like, I think they're closer than people realize to being the same type of quality of player. But even if you want to be like, that's crazy, Buddy's better than him. Shake is like at least 85% of what Buddy Hield is for $20 million less. Why would I do that if I were the Sixers?
Okay.
A little bit of both. I think Shake is good though. Shake can shoot the ball. He's a good ball player. He's a good little role player. Yeah, but I mean, Seth, I'm not. You can never have too much shooting, but I wouldn't be pressed to go after Buddy if I already got Seth. Right? Yeah, I wouldn't if I were them. I wouldn't be pressed.
Oh man.
The price.
And Michael.
I don't want to by any means, but it's not a De'Aaron situation.
Is Bishop Sycamore in California? Maybe that's one of the teams he wants to go to. I can't figure it out. Is it a real school or not?
I heard it's an online school, right?
They fired the founder of the school, fired the coach. Wait a minute, what? I feel like we need a longer show today just so we could talk about Bishop Sycamore for like 2 hours.
Boys is wild.
Those
boys are wild.
I think they're men. I think those men are wild. Well, if it's here, we have it. If we have time, we'll get to it. Ben Simmons, Keith Pompey reporting. We're working on getting Keith Pompey on the show for later this week. Ben Simmons says he refuses to play for the Sixers. He wants to go to 3 California teams. There's so much bad blood between him and the team. What California team does he not want to go to?
I can't.
It's got to be the Lakers. It's got to be the Lakers.
I wouldn't want to go there. Why?
You don't want to go there. It didn't even make it can't even work.
Now, here's the flip side of all this. If I'm Daryl Morey, it'd be crazy for me to be like, hey, I'm not trading. We're gonna work this out. We're gonna figure it out. It'd be crazy for me to think that way. And Rich Paul, Ben Simmons, maybe it's a stretch for me to say well within their rights. But if they want to hold out, not show up, that's their prerogative. That's what they want to do. That's their move. Now, if I'm Daryl Morey, I mean, I could work this out with you, but I don't have to. Like, you want to be out of here so bad, you don't want to show up. If I want to send you to Atlanta, well, you'll be stuck behind such and such, then that's what I'm going to do if I get the deal. If I want to send you to San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Sacramento, that's what I'm going to do. Mm-hmm. Like, we could have talked this out. You didn't have to do all that. We could have talked this out, and maybe they've been trying to talk it out, and this was the next move. But it ain't good.
Mark Stein actually just tweeted the 76ers are very well aware of this. They didn't comment on Keith Pompey's report today, but they're very aware of what Ben Simmons' preference is. Mm-hmm. So I think what this is what we talked about originally. This is impatience. Because remember, I know it's hard to believe. We're talking about 53-man rosters. Training camp is weeks away. Like the first preseason game is like a month away.
Yeah.
The first regular season game is not that far away. Like basketball, like blink and basketball is going to be here. Yeah. This, I think, is impatience from Rich Paul and Ben Simmons and that crew at Clutch Sports, where it's like, okay, you can't get anything done. We'll help nudge the process along.
And then check this out. Also, from Daryl Morey, I'm talking to Rich Paul and Ben Simmons. All right, you don't want to be here. Okay, you want to go to 3 of the California teams. Since we're having a real open, honest conversation here in this GM office here, the offices here in Philadelphia, let's be real. Let's really be real, Rich Paul and Ben Simmons. You're not wanted like that. The Clippers, the Lakers, probably the Warriors, they're not giving up much of anything to get you. You ain't what did Draymond tell Paul Pierce? They don't love you like that. Okay? They don't love you like that. So you think that, I'm just a hot commodity and I can go wherever I want to. The market is dry, bro. It's dry.
I hear you and agree to an extent, but are you those teams don't want you for what we're asking. And that, I think, is the problem.
Yeah, but there's got to be.
I think you could get. I think Golden State, because it's not. I think Golden State I think teams can make very attractive offers for Ben Simmons. Teams aren't making offers that Daryl Morey wants for Ben Simmons, and the middle ground, like what Daryl Morey is asking for, is unrealistic.
No, absolutely, I understand that. But even if Daryl Morey comes back down to earth. And the Warriors are like, all right, we'll give you Draymond and Wiggins and a future pick. No, I don't want that. I want Wiseman or I want Moody. No, we're not. All right, well, we don't have a deal. We don't have a deal. Lakers, we'll give them to you.
Lakers got nothing. Lakers have nothing. This is stupid.
I don't even know who's
The
on the
ghost
team.
of DeAndre Jordan,
Right.
the
I'll
ashes
give
of
you that.
Rajon
No.
Rondo is stupid.
I don't want that. The Clippers,
Stupid.
we'll give them to you for Zubac and they don't have Patrick Beverly no more. But a player
He's
like
not going to
no,
an
I don't
LA
want
team.
that.
There's just
Like,
no way.
There's nothing there. Like I'm Daryl Morey talking to Rich Wong. There's nothing in California except for Sacramento, which you say you probably don't want to go to. But there's nothing there. There's nothing around here for you to want to go somewhere. So you got to realize that too when you're talking about, hey, trade me, get me out of here. I'm not going to report. Once again, they don't love you like that, Ben. They don't love you. And I'm not going to sit up here and take Doug McDermott just because you want to get out of town.
Wow, hate for Doug McDermott.
It's not hate.
Wasn't expecting that.
Worldwide
Worldwide Wobe. Thanks to Mrs. Mac 10 here in the chat who brought this tweet to our attention. The best deal available is, in fact, the Kings.
I agree.
But not for De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Buddy Hield, Tyrese Halliburton.
Okay, goodbye, Will.
And a future pick. Hold on. And the 76ers are headed to at least the conference finals. Kings solve their historically bad defense, get to unleash a Fox Davion Simmons backcourt that might set the NBA pace record. Now, hang on. You hung up on Daryl Morey / Worldwide Wobe here, who's just saying he believes that the best deal is Buddy, Tyrese Halliburton. So we're out. I just want to be clear. We're completely out on trading Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if look, the best deal is the Kings and the Sixers and the Kings trading De'Aaron Fox. But guess what? We're never even getting to that point. It's the same way with Tyrese Halliburton. We're not getting to that point. Not for Ben Simmons. Hell no.
Why do I have to be the one to do this? De'Aaron's not Tyrese. I love Tyrese too. They're not on the same level yet. Will they be? I'm not really sure. But Tyrese is not De'Aaron. Why? Let me put on my broadcast journalist hat here and just ask, why is Tyrese Halliburton untradeable for an all-NBA player?
Ben Simmons is not good enough.
You're telling me, just to be clear, Tyrese Halliburton is better than Ben Simmons.
That's who I want. Kyle asked me the other day, and he said, would you trade Davion Mitchell for Ben Simmons? I said, no. Does that mean Davion today is better than Ben Simmons or more accomplished? No, I'm not saying that, but I'm not trading Davion Mitchell for Ben Simmons. Here's the other thing. You said Tyrese Halliburton isn't De'Aaron Fox. You're 100% right. Do you remember who I would trade Tyrese Halliburton for?
I forgot.
Dame Lillard. Ben Simmons ain't Dame Lillard.
Yes, I remember this conversation.
So the same way Halliburton ain't Fox, and I agree, Ben ain't Dame. You're not good enough for me to trade Tyrese Halliburton. Not interested. Oh, let me get Mr. Halliburton on the phone. You want to trade Tyrese Halliburton?
I don't want to do any.
You see it?
I'm just trying to look at this from a perspective. I'm trying to take all the emotions out of this and have a logical discussion about. We talked about taking the emotion. If you're Portland, you're taking the emotion out of Dame Lillard. I've talked about this in the past with Draymond Green. Are the Golden State Warriors willing to take the emotion out of the emotional attachment to Draymond Green and move on from him and acquire a young player that could potentially help them win a championship immediately? The biggest fault of this deal in my mind right now is that I think the best combo that the Kings could possibly have is Buddy with Ben Simmons. And I get there's no reason at all for the Philadelphia 76ers to want Harrison Barnes or anybody on the Kings roster other besides, obviously leaving De'Aaron Fox out of the equation, anybody available besides Buddy Hield. That fits what they need. And that's what trades come down to. What does each team need? I just can't figure out the mindset. I love Tyrese Halliburton just like everybody else does. But you're telling me this second-year player is going to be better than what Ben Simmons is? Because I vaguely recall, maybe it was you don't think Tyrese is making an all-star game. Ben Simmons has made multiple All-Star games.
I can't take
He's
that away.
been an All-NBA player.
I can't take that away from him. He's an All-Star, in my opinion. Absolutely not. Let's break it down. Let's break it down right now today. I can say it today. I'm not even saying for the future. Who's a better scorer, Ben Simmons or Tyrese Halliburton? The fact that you even have to think about it, considering Ben Simmons is
Tyrese isn't a scorer.
He's a better scorer than Ben Simmons. I'll give it to Tyrese. Who's a better playmaker? Who's a better playmaker? I've watched the game.
Ben Simmons.
No, he's not. Tyrese Halliburton is a better playmaker.
Do we need to break or what are we doing here?
Who's a better defender? Who's a better defender?
Ben Simmons.
I'm giving him that one, Damian. Ben Simmons. Who's a better rebounder? Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons.
Okay, who's a better free throw shooter?
Well, Tyrese. Probably marginally. Tyrese.
We can throw the stats and the accolades all we want. But the fact that you even have to think about some of this stuff, and he's a 3-time All-Star. Name another 3-time All-Star that you got to think about.
A lot of players have made teams, All-Star teams, because of how they play defensively and because of what they do as a playmaker. That's not unusual.
Oh, it's 2 people.
Draymond freaking Green.
Yeah, 2 people. And we all know
Rudy Gobert.
Rudy Gobert, like leading the league in rebounds, blocks, and he's averaging 15 points
defensive stats.
And he's averaging like 15 points a night.
What's Ben Simmons averaging?
I think he's averaging like 13 or 15 or something like that.
What are we doing?
3 people. 3 people.
It's not one.
In an era where I don't know if these people are really watching what's going on.
What's Tyrese's ceiling?
Tyrese's ceiling is, if I had to put a player on it, trying to think of one right now.
You told me. Am I wrong? You said he's not an all-star. Like and that's not a notch. Yeah. Like, he's good. He's probably not going to make an all-star team. De'Aaron's not even a freaking all-star at this point. So I guess that conversation is it doesn't matter. Ben Simmons already is. Like, okay, let me add, let's start over. Why did Ben Simmons make all-star teams? Why did Ben Simmons make all-NBA teams? Like, what is the appeal of Ben Simmons to general managers, to players, to media? Like, what's the appeal of Ben Simmons?
The idea of what he could be, in my opinion. And like in the regular season, obviously by his numbers, like he puts up numbers. Like he puts up enough numbers where you could justify it. But that when you think of Ben Simmons, you're thinking about, this guy's 6'10", he can handle, he can pass. Like he still can be, what he can be is just amazing. And what he actually is somebody that you can't even rely on. You can't even rely on Ben Simmons. In real life, what he is somebody you can't rely on. And you can rely on his defense, which is good. His defense is great. It's good. I'm not saying anything crazy about his defense. But it's more so about what the idea of what he could be. I mean, just think about it. I'm just thinking about, you watch as many games. When have you ever watched a game and be like, Ben Simmons, what I just saw, whew.
Fine. To be fair, and you're making me do this. Mm-hmm. I've never felt that way about Tyrese. Like when? Like we've watched every game of Tyrese's career together. Like what game did we ever react like that to?
And we're here watching the Sacramento Kings more, and so I'm sure somebody in Philadelphia can come up with specific games in Philadelphia about Ben Simmons doing that. But remember earlier when the Kings were good, I mean the fourth quarters when Tyrese would get in there and he'd have, he'd do this playmaking stuff and he'd hit these big shots. How many times did I tweet, when those feet are set, that boy ain't missing.
Yeah,
all this other stuff. I think he had like 13, 14 against Denver in the fourth quarter at home where he held the pose. After
absolutely.
Like, he's had those moments plenty of time. But I will be fair and say we watch every Kings game. Keith Pompey might have 10 Ben Simmons games like that because he watches every Sixers game. I will be fair with that.
But see, the thing is, like you talked about the 14 in the fourth, like he probably ended that game with like 17 or 19. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't know. We're families arguing with each other now, like all over this hypothetical. Worldwide Wobe started all of this with his Kings got the best deal.
Keith Smith, man, this is some funny stuff. And I'm not here to say it's accurate, but this is funny. He says on the chat, Ben Smith is a better Andre Roberson.
Ben Simmons is not a better Andre Roberson. Shut up, man. It's funny. It's funny. It's not accurate. It's not accurate. It's funny. I don't get it. I can't believe y'all made me. You made me.
I wouldn't do it, man. I wouldn't include Tyrese Halliburton. I wouldn't do it because then
y'all made me. That's how you got me feeling right now. That's how you got me feeling right now. And all I'm trying to do is post questions. That's it.
So let's just go with that deal and look at the Kings with that deal, right? So now you got Simmons at the what? Because you didn't trade Harrison Barnes. You got Simmons at the, and you're going Barnes at the 4. In my situation, if the Kings did trade for Ben Simmons, I would flirt with putting him at the 4. Now, once you put him at the 4, you kind of take away what, like I've always said, what makes him special, his ability to guard guys on the perimeter at that size. But I know I don't want Harrison Barnes playing at the 4 because he just evaporates the more you play him at the 4. So I guess you got a decision to make right there. Plus, you didn't trade Marvin Bagley either, so he's still here.
Well, yeah, he is. There's your 4. I get.
So where's Ben Simmons playing at the 3?
Harrison's. No, you're right. You're right. Ben Simmons is the number 2 guy here, right? Is he behind Harrison too? You got him behind Marvin. Alex Lynn tops him on the power rankings. Jesus, forget it. Is Blind Neil still there? Does Blind Neil still want to talk? 916-349-1320. I think Blind Neil is still there. Blind Neil, what's up, buddy?
I hate to go all Kelly McGillis on you like in Top Gun.
It's a solid 80s reference right there.
My evaluation before you hang up and tell me I'm wrong. So I'm going at all of this from a different, it's a good transition too, because, or whatever. So because I'm going at it from trying to build a team. So I for one, I hate that I'm talking about trading Fox because I love Fox as a person, and I don't think I'm going to like Ben Simmons as a person having him around. But that all aside, I particularly believe Ben Simmons should be played much like the way Draymond Green is played, as a big 4 or 5 that here for probably that you can run the offense through. I don't think we should make the deal if Fox is still here because I don't think it would be good to have 2 ball handlers on the floor at the end of the game that you can't count on for free throws. But my final thing is looking at a 9-man rotation. If that deal was made, we could have starting first night of the year. If this deal is made, a starting lineup of Tyrese, Buddy, Harrison, Simmons, and Holmes. That's a really solid defensive team with 2 ball handlers, a shooter, a Swiss Army knife, and Harrison. And then you're coming off the bench with Davis, Mitchell, Mo, and Lynn. If Bagley's still here, you could choose nights where you go offense or defense with Bagley or Lynn. But man, that 9-man rotation with Lynn instead of Bagley, that's one of the league's top defensive teams. You know, you'll argue with it, but
well, I'll stop short of calling them a top defensive team, but they certainly are significantly better, and that's what any conversation around Ben Simmons boils down to, regardless of All-Star games, All NBA now, regardless of all of that. He's a great defender, and that's what this boils down to: is this team being better defensively. Is it worth it? If the belief is everything Ben Simmons does on elite level or near elite level is on the defensive end, is it worth sacrificing the things that Tyrese Halliburton does on the offensive end? Because Tyrese Halliburton's defensive game is not bad whatsoever. We're not talking about, with all due respect, we're not talking about Buddy Hield's defense. We're not trying to swap out Buddy Hield's defense for Ben Simmons' defense. We're talking about a better all-around player in Tyrese Halliburton. Does that add enough to make the Kings better? Not better defensively, better in the win-loss category. All of the 35.5 wins from Vegas, and we'll get into that. And you still got to pay off the big T's that we got to have,
as
the
a
conversation
family,
we got to have,
family,
the family discussion
we
got to have.
We need to talk here as a family.
What this all boils down to is Ben Simmons on the Kings roster. Does that amount to a playoff team? We're not talking anything else. We're talking playoffs, and that's it, because that's the only barometer for this year. We've already said it. People lose jobs if the team doesn't make the playoffs. Does Ben Simmons, without Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield, make the Sacramento Kings more likely a playoff team than the Sacramento Kings with Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield? Basically, with the roster as it currently stands versus removing those two and adding Ben Simmons.
I don't think it changes. Then
it's not worth doing.
When I say that, I think the Kings should make the postseason, have a chance to make the playoffs with the roster as it is. So I'm not saying that to say, oh, Ben Simmons here keeps them a lottery team. I'm saying no. If Ben Simmons was traded for Tyrese Halliburton, I'd still expect for them to make the postseason. Some people would jump out the window and be like, well, they'd be top 6 with Ben Simmons. Settle down. They would be, in my opinion, around the same place. I just did some rough number looking. Simmons is 14-7 a night with a steal and a half.
Career?
Last year.
Career. Oh, okay.
Last year.
Worst numbers of his career, I think, last year, just for full context.
Here's the question that I would ask as well. Tyrese Halliburton was 13-6 with about a steal and a half a game last year.
Okay.
May have the figures off by a digit or two, but is that worth $24 million? And Tyrese was a rookie. We're expecting Tyrese to do more.
That's what I was. We're expecting Tyrese to do something. And I'm worried about the position we're putting Tyrese in. Tyrese was he was a good rookie. We're expecting him to do what De'Aaron did, which is what De'Aaron has done is kind of insane. The figurative steps that he's taken in his career, like, oh man, he got so much better sophomore year. Wow, this is crazy. And then again in his third year, and then now halfway through his fourth year, like he catapulted to greatness. Is that I guess the question to be asked, is that Tyrese's floor or is that his average? That's the question Monty McNair has to ask. Is that his floor or is that is he better than that?
I think that's his floor. I don't think he'll ever be any worse than that.
Is it 13. A ceiling?
No, by no means. His ceiling might be 16-7. Like, I'm not saying the ceiling goes to 25 or nothing like that, but 16-7 is better than what Ben Simmons is in his 6th year, 5th year. And cheaper.
We're gonna. I mentioned getting Keith Pompey on tomorrow. We're gonna reach out to him to see if he's available today. If not, we'll try to book him tomorrow. He's been on the show many times. He just talked to our crew at 95.7 The Game, Kyle Matson. Of course, he produces that midday show in San Francisco. Just shot me a text message, and Keith pretty much confirmed that the Kings were the odd team out. Not that we needed confirmation on that, but he did confirm to that crew there that it's Sacramento is the odd man out of the California team, which is fine because I've got some questions for Keith regarding that.
Yeah.
So because the Lakers got nothing. Right. They've got it's dumb. There's no conversation there. They've got nothing. I truthfully don't know what the Clippers have. The only team that, well, fine. I didn't think they did either. Like the only true, real offer I think they have is something from Golden State and something from Sacramento. But as you noted earlier, and I do agree with you, it don't matter what he wants. It matters what Daryl Morey can get done. But there is the fine line of not making an enemy out of Rich Paul and Clutch Sports. I think we've got a family discussion on the way that we've got to have. We've got a lot more to talk about as it pertains to Ben Simmons. We've got a lot more to talk about as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. We've got a lot more to talk about we've just got a lot more to talk about. More of D'Lo and Casey coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Y'all had me turning heel.
Yeah, I'm not moving Tyrese from Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons ain't good enough for that.
That's facts. You know what? The truth is, it's all Mrs. Mac-10's fault.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have seen Worldwide Wobe's tweet if Mrs. Mac-10 hadn't put it on the timeline. And of course, I got the fam up here in front of me. Oh, what's this? And it was like, oh, okay. Let's talk about this.
I just saw a funny tweet where a guy at the Mets game is holding up a sign and he goes, "I was saying boo as." I wasn't booing you.
That's funny.
Wayne Gallman got released. He ain't going through this 53 yet. Michael Hastings has made the 53. Travis Benjamin, Michael Pruitt have been released. Opening door for Jalen Hurd and Juwan Jennings to make it. I saw somewhere where I gotta look this up. Somebody said that Jordan Matthews got cut. I would disagree with that. That actually happened.
How many did Tyrese have?
We did. Jordan Matthews got released.
Just asking, John.
Tyrese didn't have an Embiid to carry him. Embiid or Seth Curry.
Okay, thank you. Man, I don't think it's overly complicated. I think it's 1, 2, and that's it. I do think I know you meant COVID there. I do think there are COVID issues with Cam, and I think him and Mac are close enough to where you play Mac, and I think it's that simple. He was a 1-year quarterback. Say that one more time.
I don't think so. Because he don't do nothing right now in Philly. Like what you see from him in Philly is what you get in Sac. Is that a good thing? Do we have a Joel Embiid to feed the ball to? Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Simmons would be in that short corner. And see, the other thing that bothers me about Simmons is even if he didn't handle the basketball at the end of games, and he just stood in that short corner, if he were to be in that short corner and like be a dump down guy so he could finish, maybe I can accept it. He don't treat that basketball like a hot potato because he don't want to get fouled. I think that is great. Like if he was not a shooter, but not afraid to shoot free throws and can make free throws, I can live with that. But now you're afraid to even take a shot. It's just because you don't want to get fouled. I don't know what I can do with you at that point. You can't be a non-shooter and afraid to shoot free throws. Yeah, one of them. It's okay. I don't think so.
No, there's no reason to. That's a good little nugget. Was that in Pompey's article? It's interesting. That last 30 minutes was taxing.
I'm re-energized.
Being the bad guy is tough. It's tough being the bad guy. Didn't expect to turn heel today.
That jump is funny.
That wasn't a full. Well, that's not even all of it. This is all of it.
Okay, Lake Show.
That's the whole drop in its entirety, but I have to cut it off early. I'll take that part out just so we have this. It's the most famous heel turn in history. Prior to today, where I had to turn on Tyrese Halliburton, and I didn't even turn. This was like a tweener turn. Like I didn't really turn heel on him. I just had to ask questions that it appears people didn't like.
Well, you did what I did. To be fair, you said this is a guy that I. Well, okay, let me not put words in your mouth. I said with Dame Lillard, this is a guy that I'd be willing to trade.
Yeah,
Tyrese
but there's a big difference. There's no polarization around Dame Lillard. No one's arguing, Kenny, you can't trade Tyrese Halliburton for Dame Lillard. Nobody's doing
You're not alone on the island, though. You're not on the island. There are people who are like, you guys are crazy. Ben Simmons.
Yeah, that's the NWO. The NWO is around me. That's what we are.
You see his efficiency on Tuesdays when he shoots a two-pointer in the first quarter. How can you pass that up?
916-349-1320. Let's go to Kamara in Orlando. What's up, Kamara?
Yo, fellas.
What's good, baby? Kamara, it's his first line always. Can you hear me? No, Kamara, we can hear you every time. Every time your phone works great.
Listen, I'm in the car, man. I ain't driving around in a Maserati like you did.
That's the wrong part of the show. That's driving around in one of those, man. That ain't me. That ain't me. I'm just.
That ain't got nothing to do with the good.
I'm just walking around. I'm just
Chevy Evo.
I'm just walking around with my little earbuds in, listening to Kamara's review of Donda, man. That's all I'm doing, man. Minding my own business. On Culture Bias Podcast, man. That's good stuff right there. Did you like the album, by the way? We're gonna talk about that in a few minutes. Like, did you like the album?
I did like the album, man. I like the album for what it was. What it was.
Mm-hmm.
Not for like what we expected. Like, I think people wanted College Dropouts, Graduation, even My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, and I'm just like, it's an album named after his dead mother.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a grieving album. Like, I don't think you can expect a turn-up album when he's a guy who's trying to reconcile his faith and the loss of his mother.
I also don't think he's that guy anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think he's that.
Just another way of saying well.
I know that's not what you call for. You called about Ben Simmons.
No, I've gotten to an age where I appreciate different forms of music and what the artist is trying to do. Like, I think we project what we want from an artist, and rather than what the artist is trying to give us. And I think that's a better way to evaluate it. And I enjoy listening to the album.
That's like my review. That's my review of Coming to America. Like, yeah, it is what it is. Like, I don't know.
Album though, D.
I know. I got okay. I know you didn't. I think you stopped short of calling it a minstrel show. So
oh my gosh.
Rough. But again, I know that's not why you called. Go ahead. You had some thoughts on Ben Simmons.
So here's my thoughts on the Sixers. Like, they really screwed the pooch on it, because like several months ago when they had an opportunity to really deal him, they could set the asking price. Now they don't have any leverage in the situation. And so my thing is, I'm not trying to give up Tyrese Halliburton or Fox for this, because you know, first of all, Tyrese is a potential 50, 40, 90 guy. There's not a lot of those guys in the league. I'm sorry. And I know he's some sort of second-year player, and maybe I fall into the trap of loving your players more than they really should. But I think there's a greater potential for Tyrese being on a winning ball club and a winning team. And I really hope the Kings don't sit there and get caught up in the rapture of trying to get a 25-year-old all-star and give up what potentially could be a really good player in Tyrese. I think you have the bargaining chip.
Now, I know that the tweet said that he wants to go to 3 teams in California.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's assuming that he doesn't want to talk about the Kings. I know you said the first the Kings are out. Well, tough cookies. I mean, because like you stated, there's only one of those teams in the Golden State Warriors have the assets, and we have an asset and pick. So, what do you want to do?
Mm-hmm. No, that's
a good point.
It's solid, Kamar. Appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate you, Kamar. And as he mentions that, I don't know. This is just kind of out there. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of throwing it out there. Well, I take that back. Key Pompey said that it was the Sacramento Kings. I was going to say, how do we know it's not the Clippers that he doesn't want to go to? Because you're living in LA, yes, but it's kind of rough if you're a Clipper in LA.
Yeah,
it's not as good. I mean, it's more glamorous probably than being in Sacramento, but it's not.
It's more glamorous than being in Sacramento.
But it's not like you tell somebody you're a Clipper, you're like you're looked at, you kind of looked down at.
Which is crazy. They're a winning franchise.
Yeah, that culture down there, though. If you say you're a Clipper,
it's wild how that has not changed at all. They were Lob City. They were the most exciting team in basketball for a couple of years, and they never shook that label. That's crazy.
It's going to take a while. And they're going to have
how long? It's been a while.
I mean, I think they're going to have to win a championship.
I mean, Sterling. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Change.
Fair enough. 916-349-1320. Let's go to Daniel. Daniel, what's good, man?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
You're all right, man. What's up, Dan?
I just wanted to mention, I feel like if I were Monty McNair, I feel like no matter who I trade for Ben Simmons, I'm convinced it's the wrong move, right? Because it's like, we just don't know if Fox can actually shoot threes at a high enough clip to be a playoff contributor in the way you need him to be. It's like you got Halliburton, he can go from way out there. He's got like Trey range, logo range, it's no problem. But like, is he athletic enough? Can he he do everything you need? And then I feel like Mitchell's like an actual culture changer. So like, just a brutal position to be in.
That's I agree with you. That's a good point. That I hadn't thought of. We talked about Davion. The hope is that Davion's a culture changer. And again, we are just throwing tremendous responsibility onto this young man before he plays a regular season game in his career. A game, by the way, in which he's probably not going to start, but that's fine. We saw what he did. We know that he's capable of. We know that the things that he's willing to put on his shoulders because he said it. Does Ben Simmons take away from that? And I've said this before, and I want to be clear, zero knowledge of the situation. Zero. I don't know Ben Simmons for nothing. Ben Simmons strikes me as a guy who doesn't like basketball. Or maybe just he likes it. He likes it. You don't love it. He's not the first guy in or the last guy out. Like he's nothing along those lines. He's not the Kevin Garnett guy or the Ray Allen guy. Like he's not those guys. He just, he's going to be there. He's going to do his job. He's talented. He's going to bust his ass. Does that go against what Monty McNair is trying to do?
It should. It should. You know what I'm saying? And it's,
Again, that's unfair. We're watching from a distance. That's just my opinion from watching.
It's unfair, but your opinion is based on a couple of things. Number one, you have a good feel for these type of things. Number two, people who are closer to the situation have confirmed your feelings. So that's why the feeling is still there. Like people in Philadelphia are like, they got the same questions and they see him every day.
Yeah.
Now, do we know for sure? No, we don't know. But people closer to the ground than us have said, so that's the same feeling that we get. So, I don't know. Like, here's the formula for having Ben Simmons to me on any team is I think you need 3 to 4 clearly better players than him to be able to make up for what he lacks and the things that he lacked not be as damaging. If he's, you asked earlier, is he the second best player? He's the second best player on the Kings. That's That's not any position I want to be in. If he's your fourth best player, okay. Even if you're like the fit
tough,
with
bro.
him,
That's tough.
with him, Tyrese, Fox, Harrison, like the fit with just if you move Marvin and back Buddy for him. I like that better because I got enough guys around me that if Ben Simmons ain't locked in right now, cool. Well, I'm okay riding with Barnes, Holmes, Fox, you know what I'm saying, for this night or, for this week. You know what I mean? I think we can get by with that. And when Ben Simmons gets back into a groove, he can come back to adding that. But I don't know if you have that if you need Tyrese Halliburton.
I don't know if we're ever going to have this family discussion, but we'll certainly plan on doing it. You can check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. I don't know what the family discussion is about.
This might be as controversial as what we've just been talking about.
Oh, dear. That's coming up next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I'm starting a movement.
Oh, boy. I'm looking at a tweet from 95.7 The Game, and it looks like Lorenzo Neal is doing his show from the car. like video stream and all. Like he's like, man, I got places to be. Like, I know I got a radio show to do, but I got to get in the whip, man. I got to ride. I'm fascinated by this.
I'm looking for this now. Where is it?
Just go to I don't know. Is this old? Let me make sure. This was an hour ago. Yeah, go to 95.7 The Game's Twitter account. It looks like it looks like Lorenzo. It's Sean Salisbury.
Is it on?
Matt has it on his. I don't know how to say Matt's last name, so I never tried to. He just retweeted it he quote tweeted it, but man, it looks like Lorenzo Neal he's got the he's got the. I need to know. And I know Danny in San Francisco doesn't. I don't think he loves us anymore. I don't think he's watching. I need to know if Lorenzo Neal is doing the radio show from the car. Like, I absolutely have to know this. I have to know this.
There ain't nothing wrong with it, man. There ain't nothing wrong with it at all.
Oh, man, look at the time. I got a show to do.
You can make it happen. I might, I don't know, do the show on the way to Top Golf or something like that. I don't know.
Hell, I was running around from my house and Coach Kenny's house, Tim Kenny's house, trying to get on the air with you one day. So, hey, I get it.
If you can get it done, more power to you, man. It's just a funny visual. That's all.
Oh, it's a spectacular visual. Absolutely.
Yeah, so we didn't talk about this Jason Dumas tweet where and he's another guy that's connected. He's got Philly ties with him.
Mm-hmm.
But he's out in the Bay Area right now, and he says, source, there's a high chance that Tyrese Maxey will be a part of any Ben Simmons trade. Yeah. Rich Paul would like both of his clients out of Philadelphia. Now, Rich Paul, you're being crazy. What? Why would the Sixers do that? Who do you think is doing that? Who do you think is moving their starting point guard for Maxey and Simmons? Because that's essentially what you'd be asking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Both of these people are they're out of control. Both of them. Morey and Paul. Out of control.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm.
I really wish.
A few local Philadelphia. You really wish what?
I just really wish Philly would just get this done because they get stupider every time I hear about what these guys are asking for.
Jason followed that up. A few local Philadelphia-based organizations had planned on partnering with Maxey on some community events. They were told to cancel those plans. Jeez. Paul would not like Maxey to grow roots in Philly if he could be gone.
Wow.
Yikes. That's a tough look.
Wow.
Okay, Poker Pro.
What Poker Pro got going on?
Poker Pro tweeted golf tournament.
He's in it?
Yeah, he in it. He won it.
Oh, that's what's up, man. Congratulations.
Right, Poker Pro. Damn. I knew that. I don't think I do good golf, but the new Odyssey exclusive stations are curated for sports listeners just like you. You also find your favorite artists on Odyssey too with the all-new artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero. Of course, you can catch D-Lo and Casey there every day. You can catch the D-Lo and Casey podcast as well to listen to audio on demand. Of course, you can watch the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. I want to get to, if you're watching, by the way, hit the thumbs up. Please hit the subscribe button as well if you're new. We post lots of videos throughout the day, different highlights of the show, different segments like our streaming exclusive shows, the 13th round, where Kenny dives into the world of boxing, the house show where I dive into the world of wrestling, and, of course, our City Center Financial post show where we dive into a variety of things, including whether the show went good or bad, whether Kanye West's new album was good or bad. We gave an extended review on that yesterday over on the City Center Financial Post Show, available exclusively on Twitch and YouTube. I want to get to the family discussion that you've been teasing here for a little while, but we should throw this out there. I know the folks in the chat house saw it. We were talking about it during the commercial break just a moment ago, but more reports coming out of Philadelphia. This one from our man Jason Dumas, another friend of D-Lo and KC, said there's a high chance that Tyrese Maxey will be a part of any Ben Simmons trade, as Rich Paul would like both of his clients out of Philadelphia. So again, this is the pieces of the puzzle are coming together a little bit. Whatever is going on with Rich Paul, whatever is going on with Ben Simmons, whatever is going on with Daryl Morey and those three parties is not going well. It's not going amicably. It's going the exact opposite of how we suggested Portland handle the Dame Lillard situation. It's gone in the other direction. And now it feels like everybody is in a no-win situation.
As Usher once said, everything that they've been doing is all bad. Y'all know about Confessions Part 1. Get your mind right. Confessions Part 1. But it's just
I would have gone with the old E40 reference. It's all bad. All right. You just wanted to sing.
I got an unpopular take. Maybe we'll get to one day. But
oh, I'm sorry. Are we going to? Are you? I dare you. I dare you to slander him. I dare you.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right. Leave it there. I just wanted to put the note about Tyrese Maxey. I'm putting that out there.
Hey,
keep it moving.
I don't know what Rich Paul's doing right there. Because really, if you can get Ben Simmons out of Philadelphia, that would probably open up the door for Maxey to be the starting point guard and have a great opportunity to be one of the high-profile players on a team that has championship aspirations. Give him that opportunity. So I'm not sure, like, what is he think Maxey going to – you think he's going to the Lakers too with Ben Simmons? Or Rich – look, I defended Rich yesterday. Hey, man, it's all good. I love what he's doing. I love the power that he has in this league and what he's been able to establish. I don't always agree with him, though. That's all I'm going to say. Don't always agree with him. Not hating on him. Do you? But I wouldn't have done this, is what I would say. A lot of the times, the way Rich Paul can move. With some of these player moves, I'm not always the biggest fan.
Well, it'll be interesting how this shakes out because his preference is California, but not Sacramento. We'll see. It's a good talking point. So is your family discussion. You got me interested in this. John Bull put a message on the chat house earlier. He said something along the lines of Daryl Morey had a better trade 2 days ago or something like that. when the story first broke a couple hours ago. And you got the serious face there. It sounded like there was something that you wanted to discuss. Well, what's that? What's the family discussion that we need to have here together?
So yesterday, I asked the question. It was a topic roulette question from last week. I had answered it. Asked Damien, your top 3 favorite games, Sacramento Kings games of all time.
Mm-hmm.
One of them for me, Game 3, 1999, first round against the Utah Jazz. Kings win in overtime. I find they go up 2-1. They got an opportunity. They were the 8th seed, all this other stuff. So last night, I'm doing some stuff on the computer. I end up going to YouTube, and I was like, I wonder what I can find from that game. That game's on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Game 3, 1999.
Okay.
So I click it and just skimming through it. I didn't watch the whole game. I probably watched 15 minutes of it, skimmed through all this other stuff. And I'm watching, and Chris Webber ends up fouling out in that game. I don't know what he finished with, but he was struggling in that game, struggling mightily. At one point in the fourth quarter, I think he had 8.7 rebounds. It was like 3 of 6 from the free throw line. It didn't get any better.
Mm-hmm.
Ends up fouling out. And the 2 moments that I talk about in overtime, the Kings, I think the game might have been tied, but in back-to-back situations, with like under a minute to go, Vlade Divac goes down on that block with Chris Webber out of the game, says, give me the damn ball, takes Karl Malone, jump hook, bucket. Did it twice to give the Kings the lead in that situation. The last one ultimately giving them the win. Vlade Divac finished with 22.17 rebounds that night. Then he was talking to Cheryl Miller after the game. I just sat there and I listened to him and I watched him and I watched what happened in Arco Arena that night. And we got to stop with this body stuff. We got to stop. That doesn't mean ignore that he was a bad GM. But Vlade, nah. Vlade, he doesn't need to be looked at any type of way if he ever steps foot in Sacramento again. He doesn't need to be referenced any type of way in this city. And I'm creating the movement right now. Once again, I'm not saying he was a good GM. I'm not saying strike it from do like Hulk Hogan when he couldn't be on WWE Network. Don't do that. You can mention, hey, it wasn't good when he was a GM. We couldn't get to the playoffs. But the way he's remembered, the way he's revered, the way he's talked about in the city, it needs to go back to what it should be. And that needs to start now.
Oh, you're terribly wrong. I strongly disagree. He's looked at as 2 different things. Vlade, the player, he's everything he's loved. He's a centerpiece, an integral part of everything that this organization, as a player, he's a huge part of everything this organization built. His time as a general manager, I think, is looked at as completely separate. I genuinely believe this. Vlade is looked at as 2 different people, the general manager and the player. I don't think there is overall, I think most people will say that. Most people who dislike Vlade, the general manager, hey, me, love and have tremendous respect for what he did as a player. They're not the same thing.
What I'm saying is what he means, in my opinion, to this franchise here in Sacramento, I'm not even looking at him as the GM no more.
Okay.
If I see Vlade on the street, it's love. It's love. But that's how it should be. I don't know if that's how
it's going to be that's how it's going to be for everybody. Everybody, but that's not going to stop us from being unhappy with what he did as a general manager.
And I'm not saying it should, but I think there's some young people that they don't know what 1999 and all that other stuff was about, that only look at him as Vlade the GM, that look at him sideways. And I'm saying,
and that's
Vlade
okay.
Vlade in this city should not be looked at sideways.
That's cap.
He should not be looked at sideways.
That's cap.
Not
no, you're.
we already talked about
if
how
there are people
the worst GM in the last 15 years.
It's 20 years ago. There are going to be a ton of people who aren't familiar with that version of Vlade. They don't have to live through that. They live through what they know, and that's him as the general manager. People can be salty about that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Let them be salty. They'll learn. They gonna learn.
He ain't even the worst GM in the last 15 years. We've already established that.
I don't think we universally established that. We just acknowledge there are other. We acknowledge there are other really bad general managers.
Answer.
Okay.
But I'm watching that last night. Vlade Divac, he goated in the city. Vlade Divac is goated in the city. Period. And it needs to get back to that.
Okay. That was the big family discussion we had to have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we need to speak about this as a family.
This is the part where I go make a sandwich or something because I ain't interested in this discussion.
We need, if Bart Scott runs his mouth again, nah, Bart, we ain't talking about Vlade. Nah, we're not doing that.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to get that, bro. Like, again, I think fans our age do that and recognize him as the player and what he meant to the organization. I think you make a good point. There are younger fans who didn't live through that. A lot of them, it was 20 freaking years ago, who didn't live through that, aren't aware of it.
That's what we're here for. They need to be educated.
I disagree.
We understand what happened with Vlade, but you don't know what he meant to this city and what he did for this city. So I'm going to tell you here on D-Lo and KC, here on J Street Vibes. I'm going to tell you here on the Hoop Ball podcast with you and Jill. Vlade, he wasn't a good GM. He made a mistake picking Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic. Absolutely. But don't ever forget he's goated in this city. Don't ever forget his jersey's in that Raptors for a reason. For a reason. That's what I'm going to tell the kids. That's what I'm going to tell them.
He's a Hall of Famer.
The young kids, if I tweet it right now, so if we put this clip on here on Twitter afterwards, them young kids going to talk crazy. That's what I'm telling you, you don't know. You don't know.
Well,
chill,
but you
didn't live through it. I did.
Here's what you sound like. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but you sound like the old guy. Like this is like someone saying, "Yo, man, Lil Wayne is the hardest lyricist ever." Like, I'm sorry, have you heard the Cold Crush Brothers? Did you hear Grandmaster Flash? That's what you sound like. No, they didn't. They weren't around for that. Let them be young. They have their memory of them. You got to rock with it. It is what it is. It'll go away. If the Kings ever become good, it'll go away. At some point, the Kings, it'll get there. Stop rushing people's grief. It'll get there. No, it will get there. At one point, Kings make the playoffs. Oh, Vlade, it's all good, baby. Like when Vlade showed up at he showed up at something like a game at the arena. It's like, oh no, he's sitting next to Vivek. Oh no, what's going on? What's happening? I'll give people time. We all grieve at our own pace. We got it. We got it. It's all right. Stop being an old guy.
Hey, all right. I'm gonna let the young people think that that Future is the greatest. He should be on that Mount Rushmore hip hop. We should. Yeah. We ain't never gonna tell nobody nothing. We're gonna let them believe that Future should be on the Mount Rushmore hip hop.
You don't have to do all that. That's extreme. That's extreme. Let's be easy.
We ain't never gonna tell no history lesson. We ain't gonna do it.
I mean, you could tell people. You could say, "Hey, check out Melly Mel and what he used to do. Check out Cool Mo D and what he sounded like in the streets. Check that out. Check out Bigger and Deffer. Go listen to that." No, you can educate people along the way. You could shoot the clip. Look at what Vlade did here in this playoff game. This was the second playoff game the Kings ever played. Look at what Vlade was, the biggest free agent. You could do all of that, but you still got to let people have their opinions.
They can have their opinion.
Again, it'll go away, and then we'll be out of that, and then it'll go away.
An example of that is if somebody talks about Rakim right now, right? And you talk about it to the young kids, like, "Yo, you ain't heard Rakim," and it was like, Rakim, if he put out an album today, he's not gonna go It's not going to be number one. It's not outselling Certified Lover Boy. That you tell them, look here, man, you may think Rakim is old school and all this other way, but I'm going to tell you right now, if it wasn't for him, rap would never be the same. The way he flowed, what he did, he changed the game. And he needs to be given that respect. He changed the game. That's all I'm saying about Vlade Divac. He came here in Sacramento and helped change the game. And he needs to be given that respect at all times.
You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You want to get in on the conversation, you can. Phone lines, 916-349-1320, or you could jump in the chat house on either one of those two streaming channels that I just mentioned. I'm going to need you to explain something to me. I've been meaning to ask this during a commercial break. But we keep getting like caught up in doing other things. Why do I keep seeing tomatoes in the chat house?
There's a couple of reasons why you see tomatoes. Number one, and first and foremost, a lot of people in the chat, they just aren't very creative, right? You know, they like to beat a bit into the ground to the point where it was clever at one point. But it's like the whole somebody killed Kenny. Like when I hear it again, it's like it's what you want me to do? Is this supposed to be funny? Is this no? It's the bit has been beaten into the ground. Now where the bit come from was, and this is a nice little segue. It comes into something that we're talking about. They had a 3-way trade last week between the Cavs, Blazers, and Bulls. Lauri Markkanen, yeah, on to Cleveland, signing an extension. That's wild. Signing an extension upon the trade. And I looked around and I said, look, man, I'm not telling you guys that this is going to happen. I'm just saying, you got Kevin Love there. The Kings are probably in the market for trading the power forward. You guys, this is what I said. I said, you guys may throw tomatoes or whatever. I'm just saying, and I reminded them, number one, I'm not saying I would do it, but I also reminded them, remember how upset people were when I said, I came on here, Damien, I said, I don't know, man. I'm just telling you, I've thought about some things. I read some things. Kyle Kuzma for Buddy Hield. Don't be surprised if that's revisited. Oh, KC, what a terrible take, Casey. I ain't telling you what's happening. I'm just telling you, don't be surprised. I did that with Kevin Love. And obviously because people in the chat don't really listen, they're like, KC wants Kevin Love. Tomatoes.
Okay.
So that's where that comes from.
I find it funny. I see why you're upset because they're actually throwing the tomatoes at you. So that because I'm seeing lots of Capaway references. But
Capaway's a little. I find that's a little more amusing than tomatoes. It's not the tomatoes per se, but they would start throwing tomatoes over things that is like they just wore down. Like, oh.
And this was all while I was gone. Like the whole bit has been worn out while I was gone.
Well, they don't use it in context. They don't use it in the right context. I guess that's more what I see. Like if you disagree, if you're like, that's a terrible take, throw tomatoes. Cool. But the take isn't that I want Kevin Love. Like, what are you throwing the tomato at me for? I'm telling you.
I think. Well, no, you need to.
I'm not saying this is what you should do. I actually just don't do it.
Your memory is too short, partner. You haven't learned. You can't bring up Kevin Love on the show. Don't you remember what happened to me the one time I mentioned Kevin Love's name? You got tomatoes thrown at you. I got F-bombs thrown at me. And all I did was bring up Kevin Love's name. You can't bring up Kevin. You can't bring up Kevin Love's name.
They gotta listen, man. They gotta be able to listen. They gotta be able to take.
We need a code name. We need a code name for Kevin Love. Whenever we talk about him, we need a code name so people don't get too upset. I'm just saying. We need a code.
I'm all for a good joke. I'm all for a good joke, but it has the key words. It has to be a good joke. Can't be played out.
I got a good one.
Okay, Lake Show.
kind of played out.
No, it's not though. It's not played out to any of us. We all think it's funny.
Look, I said, if you guys think it's funny, then that's fine. To me, see, I would like to laugh too. Kenny Capaway, that's actually pretty funny. It's pretty creative. And that's actually like the least used one out here. That one's actually, I get a chuckle out of that one. The other ones, it's not that funny. At this point, after you guys have thrown tomatoes and said, okay, Lake Show for 75 straight hours.
It's never going away. You could be as mad as you want about it. Like this soundbite is never, this soundbite gets recited on Twitter. Yeah, it's never going. Pete Youngman said, hey, can I get an okay Lake Show? Like,
and all I'm saying, once again, that's like, oh my God, somebody killed Kenny. Like I sit up there, am I mad that people say that? It's like, no, but it's like, okay.
No, that's just dumb.
It's almost like you're like, okay, Lake Show. No, it's not.
No, you a bit too in your feeling. No, it's funny to us.
No, it's not.
It's funny to us.
I'm telling you. And that's why I said, you guys
go through your Twitter and see how many OK Lake Show references.
If you guys think it's funny, that's all that matters. I want to be amused. I want something to be funny. I don't think that was funny. It's not bad. It's not like mean or anything like that. It's just
no. We laughing at it.
No.
Yeah, we laughing at it. But you gotta learn though. You can't bring up Kevin Love's name on this show.
Yeah.
No matter the context, you can't. Like Kevin. I don't know what it is about Sacramento and maybe because it feels like a Sacramento thing to go get Kevin Love. And it's like, no. Don't you speak that into, don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you do, I think that's what it is people get like, whoa, no, that's a Kings thing. We don't want that. Don't bring it up. Don't speak it into existence. Don't make it happen.
Hey, like I said, I'm not speaking anything. I just say what's out there. Could look at it. Could see it. Could happen.
I know we've done this before. Kevin Love's got some time on his deal, doesn't he?
He's got
at least 2.
He's got a lot of money. That's the issue.
Well,
there's only 2 years left on the deal.
So it's this and next.
A year.
Oh, I mean, it's not that bad. I mean, I get it's in the year. No. The years.
He said 30 million for Kevin Love
See, it's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the 2 years are more important than the 30 million because it's essentially it's easily movable next year.
I don't know if you're moving $30 million for Kevin Love.
I've said this before. If you can move Joe Johnson's contract, there isn't a contract on the planet that you can't move. John Wall has been traded. John Wall's contract has been traded.
He was traded for another bad contract, though.
Oh, you want to get? Oh, so we're getting personal. That's what we're doing. Oh, that's what we're doing. We're getting personal now. Okay, like if you're all in your feelings about tomatoes and OK Lake Show and you want to get personal, we could get personal. Like if you want to start a fight here in the family discussion, like that's fine. John Wall's contract was worse. What that guy do who had that bad contract? What did he do? He led that team to the playoffs last year.
I like both players, man. I like John Wall and Elijah.
Don't clean it up, man.
I do. It is what it is. I like them both. You know I like Russ. Stop playing.
Have the 49ers not put out their roster yet?
They just put out who.
I just looked at.
I guess. I
don't even think they did that. I saw a report that it looks like Jalen Hurd made the roster, but no one knows.
So and people got to that conclusion because Travis Benjamin was cut.
Yeah, I'm looking at
the people who were cut. Were like, all right, you guys do the rest of the work.
I'm looking at Kyle Madsen's latest tweet. He says John Lynch and Kyle, he hashtags Kyle because he thinks it's funny, individually FaceTiming every player who made the team before announcing who made it.
Well, that's
nice. I don't think he's being serious. I think he's looking at the 2 hours or 1 hour. It's like, could y'all just put the list out? Really love to know who. Some people's livelihood depends on it. Kyle, being one of those, would very much like to know who made the roster.
Everybody on pins and needles. Who did that for us? It was Tyrese's injury.
Oh my gosh! Oh, that was such a joke. Oh my gosh, that was such a freaking joke. That was, speaking of joke, this Bishop Sycamore story is insane. And I'm still not clear what's real and what's not. Like, is this just a group of men playing football? Is it a school? The coach was fired by the founder of the school, which means the school is in existence. Like the address that's listed as the school address actually goes to like a gym. This is one of the crazier stories that we've read about lately. We'll dive into that. We'll get back into the Kings, Ben Simmons, 49ers roster, all of that stuff coming up. 13th round over here on the streaming channels on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. There's a little concern about your audio, but I'm gonna go check it while I'm on break.
Okay. Let's start 13th round. What's going on, everybody? Man, yesterday we talked about Jake Paul and his performance, his fight, his pay-per-view debut with Showtime on Sunday. I said I thought it was entertaining. I thought it was something that on a Sunday with nothing else on, cool, I'll watch Jake Paul. I'll watch it my way, but I'll watch Jake Paul. And, it was an entertaining fight. I said a number of different times, clearly after that fight, he doesn't want to fight a boxer. He shouldn't fight a boxer because a boxer would knock his head off, and that would be all bad. Tyron Woodley, all these other UFC guys, stay with that. If you're going to do it, you still might get your block rocked, but, stay with that if I were you. But a lot of people talking about how Showtime is embarrassing themselves, hitching their wagon to Jake Paul and all this other stuff. Hey, I love boxing as much as anybody. There's one thing that I can say about Jake Paul that these boxers aren't doing. He's going out, he's promoting himself, he's actually making the fights, and he's keeping himself in the limelight. I mean, these other guys, they're not fighting enough. They don't want to fight, whether that's cross promotion or in the stable. They don't want to be active enough. They don't want to go out there and do stuff. Floyd Mayweather, and I'm not saying they have this opportunity. Maybe they do or they don't. Floyd Mayweather was at WrestleMania, was wrestling in WrestleMania, and was on Dancing with the Stars. People forget that's how the public and the moms around the world got familiar with Floyd Mayweather. Like, these guys ain't doing nothing. Has anybody seen, what's his name, Oscar Valdez, since his fight? Has anybody seen Teofimo Lopez? Has anybody seen Gervonta Davis? Has anybody seen the Bud Crawford? These guys don't do what they're supposed to do. They don't do enough to promote themselves the way a Jake Paul does. So they can't be mad at him about that. They need to do a better job. That's the 13th round. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to make these things where they can be on Twitter. So there won't be a full round. It won't be a 3-minute round. They're going to be a women's boxing round, 2 minutes. So I'm going to try to do. Yeah. Because if I go the full 3 minutes, if I go more than 2:20, I can't put it on Twitter. So I want to do it precisely. He's fighting next week, but who knows that besides me and you? Nobody even know who he's fighting. Yeah, one of the knockouts of the year. And he just sitting on that Teofimo. That's just been a clown show for the last year plus.
I think I know what might be wrong. I'm not sure. Can you go to camera? You see the tab that says camera mic on StreamYard? Go to click on that, then go to audio. Is it connected to the Roadcaster?
No, let me unplug the Roadcaster.
Because it sounds like it
this whole day.
No, it doesn't sound awful. It sounds like you're in a room talking.
There we go. It should be good now.
Okay.
There we go. Roadcaster came up now.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, we're on Roadcaster now.
still waiting out the final roster from the San Francisco 49ers. As that comes out, any major news, we'll tweet it out. It looks like Jalen Hurts made the roster. We have no confirmation of that. We think that he made the roster, but we have no confirmation on it. That's obviously one of the names we were watching. I was watching Clinton Dick. She told me yesterday that's probably not likely, but we should have that. It was due. The NFL has it. That's what matters. So we should have that coming up pretty soon. The New Orleans Saints we mentioned the struggles that the Saints are going to be facing in the days moving forward. It looks like they might be playing the first quarter of the season in Dallas. They might be living the first quarter of the season in Dallas, which is, terribly sad. It's something they're familiar with, which is sad in itself. But they've got that. They've got the Michael Thomas situation, which you talk about bad situations, man. That Michael Thomas New Orleans Saints thing is just rough.
I'm not sure what they got going on.
Well, I know someone who doesn't have to make the move to Dallas, and it's Michael Thomas, because he's starting the season on the PUP list. He's out for a while because of the surgery that he had once the preseason got underway, once camp got underway, and now they're without their number one target, their most important target, arguably.
David Jackson asked the question, and I wonder this as well. I wonder why the Saints aren't playing in San Antonio.
Okay, so they might be. The playing in Dallas thing isn't final. I heard it. Like, they were having discussions about playing in Dallas. They were having discussions about playing in California as well, Oxnard, where the Cowboys camp is. They were having discussions there as well. I don't know what goes into the final decision making about what's best for the Saints and where the best spot for them to play in. I'm not really sure. But I don't think the Saints to Dallas thing is final. But they are. But one thing that is, they're not playing in New Orleans.
Yeah,
they're absolutely not playing in New Orleans.
Unfortunately, is the case. The other thing, speaking of the Cowboys, Jerry's World or whatever, I had my ear to the street earlier this morning.
Oh,
and
return to Kenny's ear to the street. I love it. It's one of my favorite things.
Did you? I don't know where it came from. I don't know if it was a tweet, an official report, or something like that. But did you see who may be kicking the tires on Cam Newton?
Yes, I did see that, and I wanted to bring that up to you because your boy got cut.
Who?
Ben DiNucci. The next Romo.
Damn.
Your boy, Ben DiNucci.
Didn't happen for him.
I think all the Cowboys backup quarterbacks got cut.
Yeah, they got like a terrible backup quarterback.
Like, is it Cooper? What's his name? Cooper Rush, I think is the backup quarterback. I think that's what fueled the Cam Newton rumors. Was like, did Jerry know?
So when you heard that, did I can't remember if I heard it was the Cowboys not officially, you know what I mean? But they spoke to a reporter, said, we'll look into it, or was it just assumptions by Cowboys writers?
I just assumptions.
Okay.
Like, people were looking at it like, wow, you're really going with Cooper. I think it was people putting 1 + 1 together, thinking it might equal 2. Gotcha. Or maybe it's not 1 + 1 and it doesn't equal 2, but I don't know. And it goes back to the original question again. No matter, there was going to be no bigger cut today. Once Cam Newton was cut, there was a belief Cam Newton was going to be the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots just a couple of days ago. I thought he had a fine showing in the last Patriots outing, and I thought Mac Jones played well too. I thought they were both in a really good position, but obviously they weren't. And there's tons of speculation as to why Bill Belichick cut Cam Newton. And I don't think there should be too much speculation about why Bill Belichick went with Mac Jones. Unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because I'm a Cam Newton fan, and I've come to the realization that I'm a fan of the old Cam Newton. I'm the fan of the 2015-16. I'm a fan of that Cam Newton. Not right. He's not that player anymore. At least he doesn't appear to be that player anymore. And I, unlike New England writers, love his wardrobe. I love his fashions. I love the walk up with Cam Newton.
Just real nice.
I love it. Like, I can't do it. But I love it. I like to pull ideas from it. Like, no, can't do that. Nope, I don't have the money for that. How can I manufacture something that looks like that? I love that about Cam. But the player, Cam Newton, is just, he's not the same anymore. And I think that's ultimately what it boils down to. Cam and Mac are pretty close. What did we see in our evaluations during camp? What did we see in our evaluations during practice? What did we see in our evaluations here during the preseason games? Well, they're close. Okay, if they're close, go with Mac Jones. I think that's what they did. Now, we could have conversations about vaccines and missing games and all of those different things, and maybe that played a factor. But the fact is, if, going back to the old score analogy, if it was 28-3 in favor of Cam Newton, vaccinated or not, he ain't getting cut.
Right.
It was close enough that Bill Belichick thought, let me go with my rookie and start his career now rather than prolong it for a one-year quarterback that, we saw last year didn't play particularly well, might only be marginally better than Cam Newton. Let's start getting this young man to play the way that we want.
That's pretty much what it was, in my opinion. And like we talked about earlier, the vaccination stuff, you got to take that in consideration.
You have to, especially with quarterbacks. You have to.
You got to do everything you can to make sure you have at least somebody that you can feel comfortable having under center and having as your starter quarterback.
Seems like the Colts got to be scared to death. The Colts, the Vikings.
Man. Well, somebody else was on the list. Man, I forgot who it was. Somebody was on the list, not from either one of those two teams. And I was like, this is going to be a crazy season.
By the way,
season.
The Falcons, your boy made the roster.
I saw that.
Your boy, Josh Rosen, he's made it again. He is, in fact, not out of the league. We live in a world where it's very possible Cam Newton is out of the NFL. Like, that we live in a very real world where Cam Newton might be out of the NFL permanently. But Josh Rosen still standing, still strong.
Hey, man, it happens. It happens for everybody. I mean, as great as he is, Michael Jordan's not in the league no more. It happens to all of us. So when you can't do what you used to be able to do at a high level, it happens to all of us. Father Time, what they say all the time, Father Time is undefeated. And I think that's really, to me, that's really what it is with Cam Newton. Mostly is his body is breaking down, and I don't think he has the same ability that he used to have.
Yeah, but I don't think that's because of his age.
No, I just think his body is breaking down.
Yeah.
Like that could happen at 28, you know what I mean, if you have too many injuries.
With the way that he plays, yeah.
Right. So, yeah, his body breaking down, man. Yeah.
I hate that.
Football's a tough sport in that respect, too, and he played it in a physical way.
And he did, and the fact is he played for a long time, and I see Valley King bringing this name up. That has to be a concern. I mentioned I thought that there were concerns. When we were looking at contracts, the three big contracts that were coming up with Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield, and I felt like Josh Allen was always going to get done first because that's the team that has the least concern in their quarterback and the most belief. I think Baltimore, Valley King brings up the name Lamar Jackson. And I don't think Lamar Jackson invites the same contact that Cam Newton. Cam Newton was like, I won't go so far as to say he was like Derrick Henry, because Derrick Henry loves contact before he does anything. Cam Newton wasn't afraid to get hit.
Right.
Like it never bothered him. He wanted to be officiated like every other quarterback, which didn't happen. But I don't think Lamar Lamar invites that same contact. He just runs a lot. Right. But I think that's the concern that the Ravens have is Lamar Jackson's legs are fantastic until he has to get tackled. Then it's not so wonderful.
All right. And he is not the size of Cam Newton.
Oh, man.
I mean? Cam Newton.
Cam's different.
He was a tank. Cam was a tank coming through there.
I heard a story about Cam Newton coming out of Auburn when they asked him to meet with teams. This was told by someone to me like that I firmly trust and know, like having a feel for Cam. Like I believe this story. Cam would tell people, what do you need to talk to me for? I'm 6'5", 270. They don't make them like me. And I was like, God, that is such a jerk move. I love it. Like I love it. Now again,
Shawn Michaels move right there.
Oh, that's 1997 Shawn Michaels. But the point being is, it's that size that made him so special, and it appears it's that size that cut perhaps a good handful of years off of his career.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, man. That's unfortunate because I wasn't this crazy Cam Newton fan, but I liked him. You know what I'm saying? I like what he did. I like to see somebody like himself excel in that position because it didn't happen often, right? So I rooted for him for reasons like that. But it is sad that he just kind of, the body seems to be failing him, because we talked about it earlier. Even as he drop back the pass, you know what I mean, and the ball comes out of his hand, it just really seemed like he didn't know where it was going. We didn't know where it was going. It could have gone anywhere. And he just didn't have control. He didn't have power. He didn't have the ability to have that same zip that made him so special. And then you talk about him running, he's not even the same runner that he once was, just because he's a little older. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, it sucks for him, man.
It does. And what happens next for him will be interesting. I'm starting to feel like it's nothing, or whatever his next career move is. Like, I don't know how you bring Cam Newton in with what we saw from him last year, and the perception now that Mac Jones, beat him out for the job. And I think people saw him play in preseason, and perhaps they don't think particularly low of that. But the fact is, he's been cut now, and I think teams are set in their quarterback positions. Jalen Hurts was named the starting quarterback finally for the Philadelphia Eagles today. They've got their backup, as stupid as I think that is. They've got their backup there in Gardner Minshew, and you kind of look around the league and you see starters, backups. It's unfortunately, it's part of the game, but I think the only way Cam Newton even gets a call is an injury. I think that's it.
Do you think it's with Cam Newton, it is a forever thing if it doesn't happen that way, or maybe he comes back one last chance next year to start the season? I could see that scenario playing.
I don't.
Out. You don't think so?
I think this is it. If he doesn't get somewhere and get like active, if he's not active this year, I think you want your backup quarterback to be a certain. Cam has a presence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As stupid as the coverage is or was of him, like Gardner Minshew don't have no presence. You know what I mean? Like you could, and I'm trying, I think Drew Lock is a backup quarterback. I think he's the backup to Teddy Bridgewater. He got no presence. Cam? Oh, Cam. Like Cam has a presence, and I don't know if you're Miami, for example. I don't know that you want that for Tua Tagovailoa. If you're, a team that's come up a lot, which brings the vaccination issue back into question, is Washington. Ron Rivera is there. Ryan Fitzpatrick is there. We all feel the Ryan Fitzpatrick thing is inevitable. Week 3, 4, they're gonna be 3-0 in September, and then October is gonna come around, and we're gonna get October Fitzpatrick. Like, oh, maybe Cam would fit there. I don't know that he does. I don't see a landing spot for him, and I think it has to be a spot where he could legitimately be the starter. I don't see Cam as a 17-game clipboard guy.
Yeah,
and I don't think a team wants him as a 17-game clipboard guy.
Right.
He's not. I just don't think he's that type of. Again, 6'5", 270 or whatever. They don't make him like me. Backup quarterbacks aren't 6'5", 270 on the sideline with a clipbourt.
Right.
Like he.
It's a big boy, man.
I mean, hell, and NBC hires everybody. They got Maria Taylor and Drew Brees coming into Football Night in America. Maybe Cam's not working this season. Bring him into Football Night in America. ESPN hires everybody else too. Hey, bring him into. Do prime time or NFL Live or something.
I think Cam would be good on the mic too.
Oh, I think he'd be fantastic.
Yeah, if he wanted to do something like that.
I think he'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
I can't imagine he'd want to, but he'd be maybe his way of staying around the game or whatever. But I think he'd be fantastic. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You want to? I want to get back to the Kings, and I don't even know that we talked about the 35.5 wins. I want to get to that. Again, you say it all of the time. I do have to pose a difficult question about you and I as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. I know. Might as well. We've been fighting most of the day. We've been having these family discussions. You made me turn heel. Like I've might as well just call the whole damn show into question at this point. So I do want to get to that, and I do want to get to it in a minute, but I don't want. Do you want to talk about your Giants real quick? If you want to pass, we could pass.
No. I'm a man of integrity. I will face the music.
Yep.
I had a lot to say
Yep.
when things were going good.
Yep.
I'm not going to run away when things are looking funny in the light. Giants lose last night 3-1 to the Brewers. And, Brewers, they got a good ball club. They came out, they were ready. He jumped on the Giants early, and then they used that pitching staff to shut them down for most of the night. One of the big things last night, and it just kind of happens, it's not to take anything away from the Brewers or say anything about it, but the Giants had a lot of hard hits that would go right to somebody, right? It happened a lot. Runners in scoring position. Darren Ruff, it's a bullet in the left field right to the left fielder out there, man, Yelich. So it happened a lot last night. And I tweeted it out last night, man, and I don't know, man. I'm starting to get vibes. Not J Street vibes, not Third and King vibes. I'm starting to get some terrifying vibes for San Francisco Giants fans. I'm starting to get them 1993 vibes. Oh, and a lot of people last night when I tweeted that out, they were like, yo, chill. Don't say that. But it's like
Kevin Love, 1993 vibes. Don't bring it up.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said, don't say it. But when you live through something like 1993, and for the young kids out there, 1993, the Giants won 103 games, lost on the last day of the season to the Atlanta. Well, they lost to the Dodgers, but they lost to the West race to the Braves on the last day of the season. There was no wild card. Giants were bounced. They did not make the playoffs after winning 103 games. I'm getting those vibes because right now I just don't like the way this team is moving right now. I don't like the way things are going right now. You got Alex Wood, Johnny Cueto on the biggest week of the season being put on the COVID list. We don't know what's going on with Evan Longoria, if he's healthy. Getting out of the dog days of August, we got tough games coming up. And I mentioned it reminded me of 93, and I looked this up. I was a little off. I felt the Braves tracked down the Giants sometime in early September in 1993. That's not necessarily how it happened. I remember the series, I thought it was a 4-game series. It ended up being a 3-game series where they came into San Francisco, they whooped up on the Giants, and they left with a sweep. I thought on the last game of the sweep that it was that's when they tied the Giants. It wasn't. They actually tied them, took the lead later in September. This series that I was talking about was in late August. But I don't know. I feel like they're running out of gas right now, man. I feel like they're running out of gas with what they have. And they're just trying to get to the finish line. They got a month to get to the finish line. Luckily for them, there is a wild card this year, so they'll have some opportunity at the postseason. But I don't like the vibes right now, Damian. I don't like the vibes.
Sometimes you really just be vibing out, and it's no good. It's no good. It's 1.5, by the way. By the way, that you talked about the Brewers team. That is a good Brewers team. Like they're the fourth team to 80 wins right now in the
back into that bullpen.
Baseball.
It's crazy. That young boy Jack. I think his last name is Jackson. I think it's Damian Jackson or Daryl Jackson, whatever. He comes in there looking like a problem, and then you got Hader, who from the left side of the mound is just filthy. These boys are a problem. If they got the lead late, they're tough to beat, the Brewers.
They're a game and a half up right now. The San Francisco Giants, are a game and a half up right now on the Los Angeles Dodgers, and it just feels like this is now the third week. It started the week you were gone and just kind of continued, and what was it, a 4.5 game lead, 4 game lead? Just chip little by little, started to go away a little bit. Now, I mentioned this, and I want to get to Ramsey here, but I've asked you this question before. Is there like a point of no return where you're so far into the season now? It's not, oh man, no one expected this from us. It's okay. Look how good we were. Like, are you so far into the season where it's like, no, we're too good for things to go bad right now? We've gone too far. Like the preseason, what was it? 72 wins, all of that stuff. No. We can't talk about that anymore. Like we're contenders now.
It would be a letdown if they did not win the division. It would be a letdown. Like they've been the best team in baseball record wise for pretty much the entire season. And to have a situation, Damian, the Dodgers they're finishing August tonight. As of right now, they went 20-6 in August. 20-6. In the month of August.
But there's nothing surprising about that, though. Like, they're capable. You've known this. We've all known this all year. They are fully capable of stringing off a streak like this.
Well, the roster is
built that way.
The frustrating aspect of it is, if I had to look at it right now, if they played 26 games too, I would say the Giants are probably like 18-8. You know what I mean? It'd be one thing if the Dodgers were 20-6 and the Giants went on a 10-game losing streak in August and they caught up that way. But that hadn't even been the case. The Giants have been playing they just lost the Braves series. That was the first series they lost in their last 8 leading into that. They've been playing damn good baseball. And that may be something that wears you down too, because you're out here balling. And not only can you not create separation from the Dodgers, but you're losing your lead and you're balling. Like, I can only imagine that mentally. Like, you're playing like who you are, one of the best teams in baseball, and you're losing your lead.
But isn't this a test for the playoffs? Isn't this a test for a series against the Dodgers? Like, it's cute, everything that you're doing. You've got to go out there and beat the Dodgers now.
Yeah, but it's a test if you can get to the series.
Oh, fair enough.
You might have one game where it just don't go right, and you're done.
Well, and that's why losing the division is just something that they absolutely can't do. 916-349-1320. Baseball always brings out Ramsey. Ramsey, what's good, baby?
Not too much. Feeling much better. Got a negative test today. So
all right, there you go. Definitely a good thing.
You had that under your belt for a while, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's been 2 weeks as of today.
Okay.
So we're out the woods for the moment.
Okay.
But with this Giants schedule, don't panic, because they're playing 3 of the 4 best teams in the National League. They played the Braves over the weekend, who have been the second hottest team in Major League Baseball other than the Dodgers.
No, until last night when they couldn't win.
No, I'm just saying the Brewers.
No, I know what you mean.
The Brewers are a problem with Corbin Burns, as you saw last night.
Mm-hmm.
Got Brandon Woodruff going tonight for Milwaukee. And if Freddie Peralta gets healthy, with Devin Williams in the 8th and Josh Hader in the 9th,
it's a problem.
They're starting to wake up.
Yeah.
The Brewers are a problem too. And as long as they can come in starting Friday and take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers, we can slow down a little bit.
Yeah, you got to take 2 out of 3 though.
I love this.
That's
you
the
said
problem.
that so matter of factly.
Yeah, you got to take 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3 of the Dodgers.
And then Ramsey, then you know this. Then you got to go to Colorado.
Yeah, and Colorado's
that's never easy.
A tier team at home.
Yeah.
Play well for anything on the road.
So it's just the biggest
Appreciate
thing.
You, Ramsey.
I appreciate you, Ramsey. The biggest thing for me with this Giants team is I just feel like they're running out of gas right now. That is, it's not like if they had the tank at half full and they were in the schedule, I'd be like, I'm still okay. I'm cool. I just feel like they're leaking oil a little bit right now. And I don't know where they can go to the gas station and get some more gas, get some petrol. I don't know where they can do that, but they need to find a way. Maybe it's just a flip of the calendar. Maybe it really is a dog days of August. But once you get to September, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and that's the extra jolt that you need to finish the season out. Hopefully that's what it is.
I don't want this show to end without talking about Bishop Sycamore.
Like these guys.
But I want to talk about the Kings as well. I want to talk about the 35 and a half wins and the latest on Ben Simmons. There's more.
Okay.
But wait, there's more. This coming from The Athletic. We'll have that coming up as D1 KC. Roll along here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
House show. I'm gonna slide real quick.
Okay, so Kenny and I were talking about this a little bit ago. Kenny threw it in the show with the Nia Jax, Charlotte Flair stuff. So I saw the clip circulating on social media, but like I didn't watch the match in its entirety. So this morning I looked at the clip like, oh, that's weird. You normally don't see stuff like that, but like, it looks like a shoot. It looks like they kind of got frustrated with each other and then regrouped a little bit and then got back up. Another explanation, by the way, with overly scripted WWE is they actually forgot what they were supposed to do and kind of were killing time. Like they're on live television, they're fighting, so they got to kill time somehow. That's another possible explanation. But then I watched the match in its entirety, and there's this clip there's this part of the match where Nia does like a side suplex, and she drops Charlotte like damn near like on her head. I was like, oh, that's a tough landing. But it's this weird thing with Nia where, and I think it originates with the Becky Lynch thing, which to me, happy accidents. It's the greatest thing that ever happened to Becky Lynch's career. Like Nia accidentally broke Becky's nose. And I don't remember if she did it by bringing her elbow back and winding up for a punch, or if she turned around and actually punched her. But if you remember that night, like it was a big brawl in the middle of it was a big brawl in the ring, and it was setting up. And I think it was for like Survivor Series or one of those stupid brand versus brand shows. And it was setting up. It was supposed to be Ronda versus Becky. And if you remember, that show goes off the air with Becky in the crowd, blood smeared on her face. And it's the image that launched the man, right? It's the image that lost Becky Lynch. She got pulled out of the match against Ronda Rousey because of a concussion. And then they did, which I think they did poorly, but they did the angle. She was brought back. It set up Ronda versus Becky, and they stupidly put Charlotte in there because they have to include Charlotte on everything. But they did. And so, but that was the launch of Becky Lynch. Well, Nia is so overly criticized for injuring people or not injuring people, but for having what people call dangerous moves or sloppy moves. Have y'all ever watched Sheamus? You know how many people Sheamus has like dropped on his head or like kicked the absolute crap out of? Like, I don't know why this is the case for Nia. I really don't. But Nia is shredded because she's dangerous. Meanwhile, Sheamus is out there beating the hell out of everybody he's in the ring with, and nobody got anything to say about it. And we know that Sheamus is Triple H's boy, but damn, like keep the same energy. Like if from a fan's perspective, if y'all going to kill Nia, and that move last night was rough, but keep that same energy. If you're going to go at Nia, go at Sheamus the same way. Sheamus been beating the crap out of dudes since he entered the WWE and fought Cena. I think we get, as fans, we feel like we watch stuff so close. Oh, that was dangerous. It was this, it was that. If you watch everyone just like with a super keen eye, there's a lot of guys who, hell, remember didn't Shinsuke Nakamura drop John Cena on his head one day? It happens, man. It happens. Looks like the 49ers finally announced their final cuts. All right, Casey. the 49ers have finally released their cuts. They also announced Jeff Wilson starting the season along with various more on the pub list. So that's 5 or 6 games.
I think, yeah, six games.
So Jeff Wilson's out a while. What else do we got here? Clinton Dix didn't make it. Jalen Hurd did. Nate Sudfeld didn't make it. Dante Johnson. I don't think that there's Travis Benjamin. We talked about that one earlier. No real surprises. River Craycraft was waived. Much against my wishes. That's it. Doesn't look like there's anything earth-shattering on here.
Simba Webster was waived.
You mentioned him yesterday.
Yeah. Simba
Surprised?
Webster. No, because after I looked at the breakdown, I didn't think he would make the roster. But I'll say this: I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, when he's with him being waived, he's got to go through waivers. If he doesn't, if he clears waivers, he can come back and be on the practice squad or something.
Yep. Correct.
So I'd keep my eye on him. I like what I saw from him, and if he can clear waivers, that'd be good for the 49ers. There is one name on this list of people that are waived that kind of caught my eye, and trying to make sure that I have everything that I need here. But Colton McKivitz, if I'm not mistaken, that's the guy that was drafted in the 3rd round. I think. When was he drafted in the 3rd round? I think it was the same draft where Joe Staley retired and they got Trent Williams.
Okay.
But he was waived. And yeah, it is the same guy from West Virginia. That's not really a good sign. Because I'm not sure they looked at him being like, the future or nothing like that. But I bet you they didn't think after a year. Yeah, because they've only had Trent Williams for a year. I didn't think after a year they thought they would have to waive him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's not a good look. I wish that didn't go down. Let me make sure I got it correctly here, because I think he was either drafted in the 4th round or the 3rd round.
3rd round to me is like, oh, yikes. 4th round. That's probably a little higher than you like, but
I don't think it was the 3rd round because I think they traded the 3rd round to get Trent Williams.
Okay.
So it might have been 4th round. I don't know why I can't find any of this stuff right now, but yeah, he was supposed to be. He was
not supposed to be cut. He was not supposed to be waived.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got you.
That's the biggest thing with him. But other than that, no. He was a 5th round pick. Excuse me, 5th round, 153rd pick by the 49ers. So maybe 5th round isn't that bad, but yeah.
Can someone call in and explain this Bishop Sycamore story to me like I'm 5?
Oh man, somebody please let us know.
I have had so much trouble putting together I think everybody knows the skeleton, like the foundation of the story, like a team, and great job by the crew at ESPN. Now ESPN has said, yeah, we work with this company to book our high school games. Okay, whatever. There are so many problems with this, and I can't figure out what's real. All I know is reading some of the different articles on this story. And again, I think everybody knows the skeleton of the story, the team, the coach line about recruits, blah, 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 blah. They were able to get themselves on ESPN and all this other stuff. These guys got a GoFundMe page. So, okay. Red flag number 1. They got a GoFundMe page. They were seeking $20,000. They were seeking $20,000. Red flag number 2. They only raised $200. Here, and I'm going to read, work with me here. I'm going to read verbatim what the GoFundMe campaign says. Again, I'm not an idiot. I'm reading this verbatim. We are Bishop Sycamore, a new football program getting established in Columbus, Ohio. We play a national schedule, which is ranked 4th in the nation. We have gathered young men from all over the country in the pursuit of a similar goal. We currently need your assistance with helping these young men achieve their goals and inspire other young men to do the same. It takes a community to raise a child. Please be that community and help these young men. Please help us with funding team meals, travel expenses, and equipment cost. Again, I didn't flub that read. That was what the read said. They were seeking to raise $20,000. They raised $200,000. Bruh, what the hell is this? Are they now? Let me just ask questions. Is this a real school? Because I can't get a definitive answer.
I don't know. I still don't know.
Are these kids or are these grown men playing football?
Yes, these are grown.
These are men.
There are grown men playing football for Bishop Sycamore. And when I mean grown, I don't know if it's accurate or anything, but we're just going to go with it because nothing about them is accurate. So I don't care, but I'm not tripping off saying anything. You could say they're aliens and I'll be like, well, I'm not going to fact check that. They brought this upon themselves. So
apparently nobody fact checks anything when it comes to these guys.
I saw something where they said they had guys in their 20s and 30s on that squad.
Oh, this was the Parents League. That's what it was. Imagine that. Imagine being a 30-year-old. You're on ESPN and you're getting your ass whooped by a 16-year-old. Like, imagine that for a second.
Bro, they lost 58-0.
Oh my gosh.
This is insane.
It is, but it's also, in a way, it's funny. Like, how desperate are you as a human being for attention that you plot to form like a grown man's travel football league in which you get yourself on ESPN? Like, this is extraordinary.
But look, so here's the other question I'm going to ask. And I don't know who to put the onus on more. The people that organized this or the 25-year-old who said, yes, I'm going to do this.
The 25-year-old has made bad decisions in life. I mean, I don't know what, no rational.
The 25-year-old who said, sure, I'll play on a fake high school team.
No,
I'm about to get it in.
Rational person out of high school goes, I'm going to go pose as a high school student. Again, the Bishop Sycamore address is like it's a fitness facility. And apparently the people doing the reporting, the guy who owns the fitness facility was, they come in like once a month and work out.
David J says player Aaron Boyd paints an awful picture of what occurred at Christians of Faith Academy. Said Boyd claimed that he was only 15 years old on a team and the rest of the teammates were 19 or 20. So that's not this way, but apparently I rate that to say apparently this goes on.
That is,
you got 20-year-olds out here trying to play high school.
I can't put myself. Here's another note. Bishop Sycamore was 0-6 last year. They were outscored 227-42.
These grown men stink.
Like,
they stink.
Like, and I get
smacked by everybody.
I get ESPN is pushing this off on like some marketing firm. Nobody looked into this at all. Like, how did they finesse their way onto this? Like, there are some stories I'll never understand. I don't understand this one. I'm going to be, honest. I've never understood the Manti Te'o story.
Oh my goodness.
I can't put myself in a position to where I fall in love with someone who I've never seen, never faked like nothing. And I'm not knocking online dating. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about like you've never actually seen this person. You've just read their words. Like the Manti Te'o thing, I will scratch my head out forever. This grown men traveling around the country to play high school kids, that one will be right up there with it as well. I still don't think this is stranger than the Manti Te'o story, but it's this.
Well, what's the strangest story in sports you've ever come across,
bro? That Manti Te'o one is up there. Like the dude wins the Heisman Trophy, and the whole story is centered around like a dead girlfriend that doesn't. Then we find out like it doesn't exist.
So
that's a pretty crazy story.
I'll give him a bit of a pass, just a bit of a pass, because that was when I guess we were introduced to catfishing. And then when we were introduced to it, we we're like, oh, this kind of happens all the time. There are Bishop Sycamores all the time.
Are there?
It's a good question.
Like, are there? Like, are we sure that there aren't other, schools? Okay. Because I'm trying not to be, super hyperbole here. Can I point out, we're talking sport, can I point out that Dennis Rodman once met with a North Korean dictator?
Oh, man.
We'll talk about strange sports stories. Let me say that sentence for you again. Dennis Rodman once met with a North Korean dictator who he called his friend.
Yeah.
Like, come on, like that's going to go up there on the bizarre list of sports stories as well.
Jesse came in, Brian Colangelo having the burner Twitter accounts, dogging his own players.
I forgot about that one. I forgot about that one. And then he buried his wife. Oh, that's good.
Wow.
I forgot
that's
about
a good
that.
One. This one is so innocent now. And it's really not, this is just one that sticks out.
Mm-hmm.
But Danny Almonte, you remember him? And how he was like 16 playing in the Little League World Series?
Yeah. I vaguely remember that. What was the other one? I can't remember the kid's name, but I feel like he was at USC. And there was a story that he told, like, I think he like broke his ankles or hold on. Okay. Josh Shaw. Why do you remember that so easily?
That was a crazy story.
So what was like, so the story was he told the team he jumped out of a window, like saving his nephew.
Yeah, he was saving like a baby or something like that. And I think he just partied too hard and fell off the balcony. That's what actually happened.
So what actually happened is he got partied too hard, fell off the balcony. But what he told the team was he jumped out of a window, his apartment window, to save his nephew. I think it was from like drowning or something.
Yeah.
And he had like two, I don't know if it was broken ankles or sprained ankle. It was something with his feet that was jacked up. And that was a good one.
He had a nice little run on SportsCenter for like a week too with them. Like, oh, he saved his nephew and stuff.
Wait a minute. That reminds me. That one reminds me because I had a crazy story, but this one reminds me. And I probably shouldn't bring this up. And you told me.
Okay, we talked about this.
I know, because I don't know how old the young man was. Remember the man that created his own signing day?
Oh God! Didn't he go to like he had the hats, and he I think he picked Cal.
A Cal over Oregon and USC.
He wasn't recruited by anybody.
They called Cal like, hey, what do you think about getting da-da-da? Like, we don't even know who this guy is. We didn't recruit this guy. And that was some funny stuff. The one I was going to say before that, though.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He had the press conference for the whole city and everything, selected the hats, all that. The one I was going to say, talk about crazy story. Gilbert Arenas. The guns in the locker room.
Yeah, that was
Arenas, Javaris Crittenton. So coming back out later, that Javaris Crittenton, you probably shouldn't be playing around with. Yeah.
Let's acknowledge that could have gone a lot worse.
Oh my gosh.
That whole thing could have gone a lot worse.
Could have gone super bad.
We might be leaving out the most obvious. I mean, Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding is still to this day is a pretty freaking wild story. That's pretty crazy.
That is wild. That is, yeah.
That one will always be up there as a crazy story to me.
So let me see how that went. Nancy Kerrigan got attacked at a practice.
Yep.
And then a week later, they tied it to
what's her name? Boyfriend. And then it all like if I remember correctly, that's not funny. We shouldn't be laughing. She was, I think she was able to compete in the Olympics.
Yeah. She got healthy in time.
Oh man. All right.
That was great. Didn't they have a movie about Tanya Harding not too long ago?
I didn't watch it. They did. I heard it was really, really good.
Yeah,
but
I heard it was good too. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I did a quick Google. Oh wow, I forgot about this one. Monica Seles was stabbed on the court.
Oh man, that was, bruh.
Oh
man.
Yeah, I was pretty young for that. What year was that?
I remember that though.
I remember that.
Crazy.
I remember the Sports Illustrated. That was 1993.
Yo, she got stabbed in the middle of the game in the back. Like that's wow.
There are some other ones. I mean, Tiger Woods crashing his car the night, Thanksgiving. That turned into something.
Yeah, that was trippy.
There was the time a boxer bit another boxer's ear off. That's probably and it's funny. So these seem tame now. Like, yeah, that's not that big of a deal. So what? He bit his ear off. Yeah, no big deal.
This is one that I don't know if it goes up craziest stories ever, but it's pretty damn funny. It's an all-timer. Two boxing ones. Number one, do you remember when the parachute guy flew into the ring during the Holyfield
Bowl? Yeah.
They beat the crap out of him too in the stands. That was crazy. Yeah. The other one, this is a little more recent, where I'm gonna have you YouTube this either like during the break or in the post show. But did you see when the boxer, they announce everything and they're like, all right, you ready? Round one, ding, ding, ding. And the boxer walks out.
I did see that.
Walks out of the ring and back up the ramp. Just not even saying nothing. Just gets out of there.
Why did he leave? I remember seeing that video, but why did he leave?
I think it was a money dispute, and they couldn't get it right. And he's like, yo, if this happens, then I'm not fighting. And in lieu of like losing his money, he would have just lost the money if he the night before said, I'm not fighting. He showed up. I think he might have got his purse, and then like his purse, that's what they call the money. And as soon as the bell rang, he walked up out of there.
There's a couple of good ones right here. Ryan Lochte faking his kidnapping in Brazil. That's a good, because he went the extra mile to pull that one off. Plexico Burris shooting himself. That was, and did Plexico get suspended for shooting himself?
Yeah. Okay. Now I may be going a little. Oh, didn't he go to jail?
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
He went to jail for shooting himself. That's he had. I think the law was a gun. Yeah, a gun indoors in New York. Yeah.
Yo, that was crazy.
Wow. He had like sweats on with a gun, which
come on, man.
Again, you talk about things I'll never understand. He had sweatpants on with a gun in a club in New York.
And shot himself in the leg.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM. West Sacramento KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We're thrilled that you're here with us on the Odyssey app, on 1320 AM, on the Twitch channel, on the YouTube channel. We hope that if you're watching you'll hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button as well. As we roll along here, our man Keith Pompey, the Philadelphia Inquirer, tweeted earlier today that Ben Simmons has informed the Philadelphia 76ers that he wants out. He will not report to training camp. His time with the Philadelphia 76ers is over. Mark Stein tweeted, that's not exactly news to the Philadelphia 76ers. They were aware of that. The needle that was moved today was obviously Rich Paul and Clutch Sports, and Ben Simmons decided to make this public in order, I assume, to move on negotiations that seem to have stalled, or perhaps negotiations that don't actually exist. One of the latest from The Athletic, and I've got to assume this is John Krasinski here, who's always on top of Minnesota Timberwolves stuff. Apparently, the Timberwolves are fixated on Ben Simmons. Let me ask you a question from a different perspective. No idea what the deal looks like. We could pull up a roster and probably put a couple of things together and figure out what it might be. At least from a Minnesota standpoint, we might be able to figure out what it looks like. We have no idea what it would look like from a Daryl Morey point of view. But Minnesota, New Orleans, those are those teams that we talk about where Sacramento is, that we don't really want them to get better. Like we don't want to do anything to improve their team. Again, not knowing exactly what the deal looks like, Ben Simmons to Minnesota, a team that we already think has some talent on it. Does that put them above of the Kings? Now, many people, by the way, already think the Minnesota Timberwolves are better than the Kings. I'm not there yet, but other people do. Is this a move just as a Kings fan that you're like, yeah, I don't want to see that?
No, I wouldn't say that. Okay. I look at, and like I said, we haven't created the trade for Minnesota, but off the top of my head, I mean, they're going to have to get rid of one of their better players, whether that's D'Angelo Russell or.
Gotta assume,
yeah. So that's not going to make them better. It's not going to make them better. So that's, yeah. No, that wouldn't. To me, how I look at Ben Simmons, that would not do anything for them. If they had to get rid of Anthony Edwards, D'Angelo Russell, or I mean, I was going to say Malik Beasley, but I don't know. But yeah, then that's not getting back. Part of me, as a Kings fan, hopes they make that move. Well, okay, go to Minnesota.
Okay, so and that was actually my next question. Do they fall into the Dallas Mavericks category where you're like, yeah, go do that, use that salary cap, go ahead,
yeah, lock up that salary cap,
dude, go do that. But let's see how that experiment works out for you.
Yeah. I'm kind of in that boat with that one.
I don't know what I was going to say. I don't know what the hang up is. Of course, we know what the hang up is. Daryl Morey is the hang up. It'll be interesting to hear how like Rich Paul and Ben Simmons through, different media circles react to some of this stuff. Anthony Davis had a lot of leverage, and I'm using Anthony Davis because he's a Rich Paul client who was able to work his way out of a New Orleans contract before it was up with years left on it, or year and a half. They had a lot of leverage in that situation. Rich Paul, Anthony Davis had a lot of. Rich Paul and Ben Simmons, they ain't got no leverage in this. None. So it's almost like, look, like you took a public. We got offers. The offers changed a little bit because you went public, and everybody knew that this was going to happen. We need to get this done. Blah blah blah. All these different things. Like Daryl Morey could use it as a flex, and it appears you mentioned the Tyrese Maxey thing earlier. Apparently, Rich Paul wants Tyrese Maxey out of Philadelphia too. Tyrese Maxey is a Rich Paul client. Apparently, Rich Paul is done with Daryl Morey. So, in that sense, if that's the case, if that's legitimately where we are with Rich Paul and the Philadelphia 76ers, Rich Paul ain't got to worry about making an enemy out of Daryl Morey. Or excuse me, Daryl Morey, and vice versa. Daryl Morey doesn't have to worry about making an enemy out of Rich Paul because it's apparent he's already got one. So if you want to send him Bishop Sycamore, then you can. You're under no obligation. A lot of times with David Griffin, right? He wanted to keep. He wanted the amicable split.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted the relationship with Rich Paul. He had the relationship with LeBron James. Obviously, he had a long-standing relationship. Tristan Thompson, Clutch Sports, and all of that from dating back in Cleveland. He didn't want to burn that getting to New Orleans.
Right.
Daryl Morey's like, F it. Let's burn it down. What you want to do? I'm going to send you to Sacramento. I'm going to send you to Sacramento.
Right.
I'm going to send you to whoever offers me the best contract. Now, what Ben Simmons in the group does from there, because I don't feel like Ben Simmons can flex on every team he goes to. Like, oh, Ben Simmons, you've been traded to Sacramento. I ain't going to Sacramento. You ain't playing. It don't matter.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that he has that. I don't know that he has that ability. I don't know that he has that cachet.
No, like I said earlier, like Draymond to Paul Pierce, they don't love you like that.
Don't.
Rich Paul about to find that out. Like he think that he can, like you mentioned, he's got the juice the way he did with Anthony Davis. It ain't going down that way.
Yeah. Yeah, let's come back. Let's talk more about the Kings.
I want to ask a question. When we come back.
Another talk? Do we have to have another talk?
Yeah, because I want to talk about Kanye West and Donda and how it pertains to your favorite athlete.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, you've been hitting these, man. You've been working on these teasers while I've been away.
I've been in my bag.
Talk about Philadelphia, Ben Simmons and the Kings, and you dropped. I want to talk about Donda. Like, all right, I'm curious. That's next. We're going commercial free to the top of the hour on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Nah, he was that really.
He kind of was out of line. Like that was kind of trash. Yeah, that was kind of trash.
Draymond's typically out of line. So a lot of times I go outside in my backyard in the evening and, Jazz will come out there. If we're just sitting down, like I don't think it happens if I'm playing basketball. I'm just sitting out on the patio. It takes 7 seconds for these mosquitoes to just feast on us. We don't even see them. We don't even feel it. Like all of a sudden we'll go out, we'll go back inside. We're like, oh man, I got a bite here and here and here. Where did this come from? Like they just be having a field day.
Yeah, I got a little device to put outside that I hope will help. Of course, it's been so awful. I haven't had to use it. So I'm hoping that helps a little bit. Can y'all hit the thumbs up? 96 watching. We're at 75 thumbs up. Begging for likes. Shout out to Dave who jumped in for his afternoon visit to hit the thumbs down. Could y'all we got 96 watching. We need 25 more. I'm doing math real quick. I need 25 more to get to triple digits. Y'all know we got to get to triple digits every day. Let's beg for them likes, baby. Let's beg for them likes. Oh my gosh, that sounds terrible. That sounds awful. You know what? I don't have a compound, man. I have a regular old house. I have less mosquitoes and more flies. I felt like there were flies. Like I was trying to. Like, what the hell is happening here?
I missed the first half of the house show. Did you answer the question? Do you think they have real heat, Nia and Charlotte?
I think no. I had mentioned Nia dropped Charlotte kind of on her. Like it was a tough landing, and I don't know if that pissed Charlotte off. But I also propose like a less salacious theory. They got lost in the overly scripted world of WWE. They got lost in the sense of, wait, what's the next spot? Like what? Like, and I'm not trying to be funny. Like they didn't remember what to do because you pointed out the head push and then a couple of punches. Well, punches with people with long hair look different, and so you've got Charlotte's hair flying everywhere. I don't know that she actually hit Charlotte or not, but she threw some pretty good looking punches. But what did they do next? Went in to the Samoa drop, went into the finish.
Right.
So I feel like maybe they got maybe they got lost, and we're just we've got to figure out what we're doing here. Just a alternate.
Very much less salacious.
Brock threw a hook to Braun Strowman's head. I don't think I knew that. No.
Who did
I remember Brock beat the crap out of Randy Orton, and that was like written that way.
Who did he punch and bleed? Was that Cena that he punched and made bleed like in the mouth?
Oh, he punched. I mean, the Lesnar's first match back when he was gone for a long time was against Cena. He beat he busted Cena open.
Was that Suplex City or a different time?
No, this was a different time. This was before Suplex City. And then I remember the scripted finish was him beating the crap out of Randy Orton, and Jericho was pissed. Apparently, Jericho was screaming at McMahon in the back that, like, yo, this is like, what are you doing? This is a work. Like you, and their argument was Brock knew how to bust him open safely. Y'all really missing out, man. If you're not on YouTube and Twitch, we got all sorts of conversations going on there during the commercial break. We'd love for you to come hang out with us, even if it's on 1320 AM. Good old-fashioned radio show here.
Yeah.
Or the Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, whatever it may be. You want to work Donda in right now? I got to be honest. I'm curious what you're talking about here. We were talking about the Kings. We were talking about the Philadelphia 76ers, Minnesota Timberwolves getting involved here with Ben Simmons conversations. And you mentioned Donda, and I know you didn't pull that thought out of midair.
I've been thinking about this. So I still haven't listened to Donda, but
you don't have to.
I've heard people, talk about it, not very flattering. They don't like it, whatever the case may be. And they're really upset that Donda is no good. And they get really upset with Kanye over the last 5 years or so. They're really upset.
Okay.
And I think a lot of that comes from being hurt. I feel like Kanye, and one of the reasons why he got as big as he did is he was something different in hip hop and in music when he came out. It wasn't the pretty boy. He wasn't Drake, right? Where he gets all the girls and he's just always the coolest. And he wasn't, this guy from the streets that had the street cred and the reputation or anything. Kanye was like a regular guy. Was just a regular guy, but he liked to rap. He liked his beats, and he portrayed himself as a regular guy. And a lot of people loved that about Kanye. And so in turn, they just loved Kanye forever. And when he changed and he grew with his music, or whatever you want to say he did with his music, people are mad that he didn't stay the same way he was when they fell in love with him. And you just hear it's not like, I wasn't feeling it. I didn't think it was that good. Like they're mad. Kanye's trash. Like they're mad. I think a lot of that comes from being emotionally attached to what Kanye was and what they wished he would go back to.
Mm-hmm.
They're hurt, Damien. They're hurt. And it had me thinking, is there an athlete out there that it just wasn't what you hoped he would be? Kind of lets you down. Maybe he used to be something, and I'm not talking personality-wise or nothing like that. I'm just talking about performance-wise. Like maybe he used to be something, and you thought he was going to be, the next coming. He just didn't turn out to that.
A Sacramento King who let me down.
It could be anybody.
So I get this. I think, can I throw in a different word that you didn't use?
Sure.
Expectations.
Yeah.
Like there's an expectation for every Kanye album, no matter how many trash albums Kanye drops. And I don't think he's dropped a lot of them. I think he's dropped some of them, but like there's expectations for it. When you do these big grand listening parties at where was the first one? Atlanta, Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Yep.
And then you don't release the album at midnight like you were going to. And then you do another one. You don't release the album again. You all of these expectations are built and built and built and built. And I think the problem is now, or part of the problem is he no longer lives up to those expectations. We set the this is a perfect sports analogy. We set the expectations so high all the time. We do it every draft. We do it every trade deadline. We do it all of the time. We set these expectations so high that sometimes they become impossible to live up to. With Kanye has a record of being great. Like Kanye has a record of being great, evolving, doing something really, really different, being great again, evolving, doing something really, really different, and then being great again. And this one to me, it wasn't that. But I don't know that I expected him to be great. Like I look at players that I've had expectations for, particularly, and I'm centering on the Kings. A player that comes to mind that I felt like, this is my opinion, that fans had too high of expectations for was Willie Cauley-Stein. I felt like following the DeMarcus Cousins trade, fans set expectations for Willie Cauley-Stein really, really high. And he never even remotely close to lived up to that. And I always looked at it like, I think Willie's like a 13-7 guy. Like, what exactly do you want Willie to be? I think we do that with the Kings. French, we do that with the 2001 team. Like, sorry, not the 2001 team necessarily. We do it with that 8 straight year team, where there's some semblance of Vlade, Mike, Chris, Peja, going into that final year with Ron. There's like we compare everything to that because it's the only good thing we have it to compare it to. We compare every Kanye album that drops to whatever our favorite Kanye album is. Like my favorite Kanye is The College Dropout. He's never going to do another album like The College Dropout because he's never going to be that guy again. Cube is never going to drop America's Most Wanted again because he's not that guy. You can't drop America's Most Wanted when you got $500 million in your bank account.
Right.
Because no one's going to buy it. People bought it like it was real. Now it's just a matter of, well, in Kanye's case, we just fall into the hype. And I think when we do that, we're more often than not disappointed. Willie. Oh my gosh, the athleticism of Ben McLemore. It's just, it's something. Oh, we signed it. Marco Bellinelli was such a great shooter with the San Antonio Spurs. Like we set these expectations for these guys when they put on Kings uniforms. Like, that ain't it. That ain't it. It ain't gonna work. We allow our expectations to set us up for disappointment. Just like Donda.
I got 3 to come to mind.
Okay.
The first one, I got 3 to come to mind. So the first one is Nick Stauskas. I thought Nick Stauskas was going to be pretty damn good. Now, let's take this from the premise of, I watched every game he played in Michigan for 2 years.
Okay.
And he was nice. He was nice. I was like, yo, he's going to the Kings. Like, he's going to be good. I thought worst case scenario, he would just be in the league for 10 years. You know what I mean? Like, at the very least, I said this, at the very least, he can shoot. You know what I mean? Even if the athleticism and all this other stuff that he does in college doesn't translate, he's going to be able to shoot forever. And he couldn't hit the broadside of the barn. So that one, I was like, I missed that. Oh, that was nasty. Right? Number 2, and this one isn't over yet, so maybe it's not fair. But Marvin Bagley's headed down that road. Not because
Sure.
any of this other stuff, but I really believe, and I still do to a certain degree, in what he could be. I really believe he could be a 20-10 guy in this league. And I believe that when he was drafted. And whether it's injuries, fit, whatever the case may be, it's not happening, may never happen. And if it happens, it ain't happening in Sacramento, maybe. So it's like, that one's tough, man. That one's tough. That's a tough one to take. But I think number one for me, the most disappointed an athlete ever made me. And hear me out when I say this. Is Colin Kaepernick. And I mean that purely from football, not from anything else that I love Colin Kaepernick for, right? But I'm talking about in 2012, Ron Jaworski comes out here and says, yo, this guy might be the greatest quarterback to ever play.
Yeah, that was stupid.
And I said,
that was stupid.
He might be. Patrick Mahomes is everything I thought Colin Kaepernick could be.
Okay.
Everything.
Okay.
And to no fault of his own. Like, it's not his fault that his body started to break down, like we talked about kind of with Cam, the coaching, all this other stuff, and the fact that he just was never going to be that good. I thought he could be. I thought he had a real shot after 2012, and what I saw from it, I thought, yo, this guy, he could be it. He could be it. Colin Kaepernick, this is the dude. And he just never really got there. He was still good. He was still good enough to be in the league and be a starter and all this other stuff. But he never, like for instance, Kanye's still good enough to put out a good song and good music. But he's never going to be graduation and what we thought was going to come after grad. Like, he's never going to be that. And that's
well, I mean, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy is, again, he evolved. Like, he started dropping albums that were different. Yeah. And I think My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy came out. And then, like, I think it's everything after that. And I'd have to look at the order of the releases. But
the only one I like after that is Life of Pablo. Life of Pablo was a legit dope album. The other ones, Ye had moments. Like, it had moments.
And all albums have moments. Like, that's the thing. Like, but see, I'd ordered. Donda didn't. Like,
but look,
the moment I turned it off was the moment that album had.
To my point, Cap had moments. Cap
absolutely.
Scrub after 2014, but he just never. I'm telling you, maybe it was a homer thing or whatever, but I saw.
No, I don't think it's crazy.
I thought Cap had a chance to be.
I thought Jaws's
all time.
I thought Jaws's remarks were insane. like, come on, stop it. Like, let the.
I thought he was going to be better
a little bit first. Like,
I thought he was going to be better than Russell Wilson. Remember, that was a big thing. Russ versus Cap, Seahawks, 49ers, the Madden commercials game. I thought he was going to be better than Russ. I thought he was going to be it. And it just never happened that way.
There's a lot of Ben McLemore references in the chat right now. There's a lot of obvious ones. Thomas Robinson, Jimmer Fredette. There's a lot of those. There's a lot of those references in here. I'm gonna bring up one. I don't know. I can't find the origins of where this name came up, but Tyreek Evans. Tyreek Evans is a contentious conversation that I'm willing to have with Kings fans when I bring him up. Because my feeling with Tyreek, as it relates to the Kings, not his NBA career, nothing else, as it relates solely to the Sacramento Kings, Tyreek Evans was a bust. And the reason Tyreek Evans was a bust, well, I understand he won Rookie of the Year, and what is the stupid number, 25-5 or whatever that number that always gets associated with Tyreek Evans is.
Yeah.
He was drafted what, 4? Number 4, right? Because it's the worst spot. It was the worst spot that the Kings could draft.
Yeah.
Because that was the year that they were the worst in the league, and it was supposed to be Blake Griffin. Then it was like, is it going to be Ricky Rubio? Like, what's it? Tyreek Evans never saw a second contract. To me, if you're drafted 1, 2, 3, 4, it's the road that your boys headed down. If you don't see a second contract with the team that drafted you. Now, again, I'm not saying his NBA career is a bust.
Mm.
His time with the franchise is a bust. I don't care that he won Rookie of the Year. I don't care that he was 25-5. I don't care that he hit a cool shot at half court and all this other stuff. No, the selection at number 4 was a bust because he never saw his second contract here.
So, and I get everything. You're 100% right. Did you think
after that year, everybody was riding Tyreek Evans thinking this is the guy who's going to save our franchise, and obviously none of that ever happened.
Yeah. Do you think people are you're spot on with everything you said. Do you think people are hurt by that though? I feel like people are hurt more that Cousins didn't work out than Tyreek didn't work out.
Oh, absolutely.
Like I don't think anybody is really hurt by and it's odd. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but nobody's like, we missed on Tyreek. Like it didn't work out. I really wanted Tyreek to work and it didn't work.
No, and I think part of the reason is Kings fans got used to it. Like he was just one of many picks that were ultimately like, didn't work out. Didn't work out. So when DeMarcus was actually around, DeMarcus had, more time here and all of these, and DeMarcus was a substantially better player than Tyreek was. Mm-hmm. Again, Tyreek had that great year, but overall DeMarcus was just miles better.
Yeah,
but DeMarcus is miles better than anybody that the Kings have drafted until now they have De'Aaron Fox. We have De'Aaron Fox. So, but I know, but you're right. No, I think Kings fans are way more hurt that the DeMarcus Cousins didn't work out. But it's split. Some are like, oh, thank God he's gone, and the others are. That's my favorite. The people who hated DeMarcus Cousins are still happy he's gone. The people who love DeMarcus Cousins are still hurt that he's gone.
Yeah.
And then, and of course, there's the the tagline of how things have kind of turned out for him, that he hasn't been able to be healthy since that first full year in New Orleans.
As I think about this a little bit more, another name that comes to my head as a Kings fan is, and I was watching this last night. some wild stuff going on that highlight package, but Jason Williams kind of hurts me that Jason Williams did not work out here in Sacramento.
But that was the greater good, though.
It was, but it was
greater good.
Jason was Jason. That boy,
he was special.
I say that to say, I told you I went on YouTube and I was watching these game highlights and stuff like that, and Jason was doing some wild stuff, like some of these pull-ups, some of the it was crazy. It was crazy, like wild as in I would never teach anybody to do that. That was a terrible shot.
Is LaMelo the closest thing we might have to Jay Williams in the league right now? I don't know why I say Jay Williams, like he's the first black host at ESPN ever. I mean, Jay Will. Is LaMelo Ball the closest we have to that in the league right now? I feel like LaMelo Ball, and I'm not saying they're the same. I'm saying the closest. There's no Jay Will.
I got you.
There's not. But like I consider LaMelo, like I'll watch Charlotte. Like Charlotte's a league pass team. I'll watch because I want to see what he does.
Yeah,
I want to see him play. He's the guy that I want to see play.
I think somebody might say like Luka is Jay Will on steroids. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as fun, his vision on the court, sometimes the way he could pass. I see a lot of Jay Will like things with what Luka can do out there on the floor.
Okay.
But LaMelo's a good one. LaMelo is like, LaMelo's
you're right about Luka. He's just built so different.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's hard to, but no, that's
well, the crazy thing about that is LaMelo was 6'8",
but he's slender.
Yeah, he's slim.
He's more slim than Luka's a bit
hefty.
Yeah, Luka's a little thick.
Yeah,
Luka's he's built different.
John, I think John Bull may have this wrong or right. I think he's talking about, Jay Will. He says 11 points, 3 turnovers, 6 assists, 2 rebounds, 45% from the field, 30 from 3, 38% from the field.
We romanticize Jay Will.
We do romanticize him, but a part like see that so like this, and I love John Bull, and I think he feels the same way I do. But this is where sports become not fun because we lived through Jason Williams and what he did. And I'm not saying John Bull would do this or is doing this, but there would be so many people. Well, Jason Williams really is trash. Like, aside from all the glitz and glamour, he really is garbage. I mean, his true efficiency rating is just no. I watch the game. It brings me joy. I enjoy watching it. This team is good. Are they a championship team with him? No, but they're good. They're fun. They're winning. I'm good. I don't need the true efficiency rating, but I'm enjoying watching what this man can do on the basketball court.
I feel like this is the third time you've gotten worked up today. But I think what John is saying, I think we romanticize Jay Will. Nobody did, like, everybody. I think every Kings fan loved him when he was here, but it's not like there wasn't a steady conversation of needing to move on from. Like, they needed a different type of guard, and they were able to get it with Mike.
They wanted to move on. I think they wanted him to do better, and Petrie and them said he's not going to do better. Which actually he did really good later in his career with Huey Brown as far as coming down. But they're like, right now, he's not going to do that. So we've got to move on from him. I think that's more. I don't know if anybody was, well, maybe they were. Maybe they were saying, get him out of here. But after his second year, I don't know if they were like that. They were just like, he needs to play different.
But I don't think it has to be that extreme either. Oh, he's got to go. You got to get him out of here. And I also don't think what John is mentioning with those stats that, like, oh, true efficiency, oh, this, that. No, what I think he's saying is the further we get away from something, the more we romanticize it. I'll give you one flawless example, and two, a second one that never materialized, and I no longer think that it is, but I think it was very close. We romanticize John Gruden. I don't believe John Gruden was a good coach when he finished up in Tampa Bay. I think John Gruden's coaching ability got romanticized more and more and more because he was on the biggest football television show that existed for a decade. And this love of John Gruden grew and grew and grew and grew year after year after year until Mark Davis, I would say Mark Davis threw the bag. Mark Davis threw everything he had. I think Mark Davis, I think John Gruden makes more money than Mark Davis does on the Raiders. He did all of that, all because he was in the forefront, and we romanticize John Gruden. The other one, same exact category. If Jeff Van Gundy ever gets another job, it's because we've romanticized him over the last 10 years. Unlike John Gruden, I think Jeff Van Gundy ended his coaching career with other than maybe he had a bad record shortly into a season that he was fired, but I think the year before was at least relatively decent. Oh, we have spent so much time listening to Jeff Van Gundy over the course of the last, decade or in whatever it's been, and we thought he was going to land, the New Orleans job, or not the New Orleans job, Houston. We thought he was going to land the Houston job. He was going to be back there and do all those different things. We romanticize guys. With Jay Will, it's the YouTube video. It's the highlight video. It's the mesh with Tisha Penichero and the era of the great guards in Sacramento. We romanticize it. He's good. We love him. He can live in our hearts. Was he a great ball player? Great ball player? Maybe not. Was he the best thing for the Sacramento Kings? History has shown that he wasn't.
No.
You can still live and love it, but let's call it what it is. We romanticize it a little bit.
Oh, we absolutely romanticize it. And John is my guy. I have no problem. But then, like I said, John, because he brought it up, what did he say? He says Jason Williams wasn't a good NBA player until Spoelstra told him to calm the hell down. Now no. Number one, he played just fine under Hubie Brown in Memphis. Yeah,
I was going to say Hubie adored. Like, I think I once heard Hubie Brown say Jason Williams is the smartest player he's ever played. He's ever been around. But
my point and my frustration is, we'll look at those numbers that can't be disputed that John Bull put up, and we'll say stuff like Jason Williams wasn't a good ball player. We romanticized him. No, he was young. He was erratic. I said in this conversation, I watched him last night and I was like, yo, some of the stuff he was doing was wild. Like that was crazy.
Highlights. Okay, no, now I feel I'm not trying to take a side.
Watching the game, and I was like, and wild as in that's stupid. Like I would never teach somebody to do. I just saw Jason Williams did. Like
the very popular pull-up three that happens now 10 times a game.
Yeah, and he scissors his legs out and all this. Like I was like, that looks crazy, as in bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I get it, but I'm not going to go back and be like, he wasn't a good ball player. We just romanticized him. No, he was good.
But both can be true. Both can be true. We romanticize. He's good. I don't believe. I don't believe that he's bad. I don't believe that Jay Will was a bad player or anything along those lines. I believe he was a good player that we really romanticize.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe he's a bad player. We romanticize. He's a good player, but we build him up as if he's like. We talk about Jay Will like he's a Hall of Famer. We talk about Jay Will like like his jersey should be hanging in the rafters, like he's the greatest player that this organization has ever known. No, what you could argue, and maybe you can't even argue, he's the most exciting player this franchise has ever known. But it's it burned bright. Burn fast. Like, that was a great conclusion to the fireworks display. Like that's ultimately what it was. Like a great grand finale. It was quick. It was over. It was done. And that's all. That's what I think Jay Will is.
And I feel.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, where's the game 916 says, oh yeah, all sports fans romanticize that one player that causes excitement for your franchise, regardless of whether it led to winning or not. I have openly admitted, shout out to the Dope Ones, thedopeones.com, who put this merchandise out there. I've openly admitted my favorite athlete of all time, Bo Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
We romanticize Bo a lot because of what we think would have happened. Bo, at best, was a good baseball player.
Mm-hmm.
Good. There were times where he'd be great today because it's home run or bust. Bo was home run or bust back in 89 and 90. Like Bo was home run or bust before it was a thing. Bo never played a full football season. We romanticize Bo because his career was cut short and he's got that Jay Will highlight reel.
Mm-hmm.
We build him up bigger. I build him up bigger than he actually was. It's what we do.
The other thing that I'll say about Jason Williams, and I think there's also we're going too far. We're jumping out the window here. We romanticize, and now we're jumping off the window because we're talking about Jason Williams, a guy that was flashy, but they couldn't win. I'm sorry, in this last series. They lost in the second round of the finals to a team that had one of the most historic runs in the history of the NBA in the playoffs, a team that nobody could beat in that Lakers team. So they are in the second round of the playoffs, I think in second place in the division behind this Lakers team, and they lost. Now, there's levels to it. Were you going to get to a championship level with Jason Williams? Absolutely not. But I guess this is my problem. Like we're saying, you couldn't win with him, this and that, or he was bad or he wasn't good. He was good or he wasn't good. There's no gray area to speak about what you saw in between. You can't come up here and say he was a bad basketball player in the NBA. You can't say that. You can't say, well, they couldn't win with him. I'm sorry. They won basketball. They were a winning team with him. Were they a championship team? Absolutely not. That move had to be made to reach another level. But I mean, that's all I'm saying. You just can't come up. Well, you couldn't win with. It was flashy and it was exciting, but you couldn't win with them. They won plenty of basketball games with Jason Williams as the point guard. Plenty.
And they won more when they traded him
because they weren't going to reach a higher level.
Again, right? With sports, and perhaps it's not even sports. Like it's life. we go from one extreme to the other. We don't have to do that. Like there's a fine middle ground in evaluating Jay Will as a player or evaluating anyone as a player.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you go to like Amazon and you're looking to buy something, which I'm frustratingly familiar with. Sam, City Center Financial, can you help your boy out? Tell me, block my Amazon account. Stop letting me spend money over there. But you go to Amazon, you go to Yelp, look up a restaurant review. You see one of two things: 5 stars, 1 star. 5 stars, 1 star. Either you had like a tremendous experience or it was a horrible experience. Everything. It's 5 or 1. 5 or 1. I think we do that in life where it's the greatest experience we've ever had and we want to write about it. We want to talk about it. We want to do shows about it 20 years after it happened. Or it's the worst experience we've ever had and we want to write about it and we want to talk about it and we want to do shows about it 20 years after it happened. There is a middle ground. Jay Will's fantastic. He was fun. Team did a good job with him. They needed to move on with him or move on from him, but he's good. We also romanticize him. They're both true. Like Jay Will, how long was Jay Will here?
Like 3 years.
We talk about Jay Will as if he was here for like 10 years. All of those highlights we see, two and a half, 3 years. That's it. Mm-hmm. But that's what we do. Patrick Mahomes is a great quarterback. No, Patrick Mahomes is the greatest quarterback we've ever seen. It's the greatest. It's the new greatest versus the old greatest in the Super Bowl. We have to have that hyperbole. Tom Brady's washed. No, maybe he's just not the Tom. What we learned. Maybe Tom Brady just isn't what he was before. Nope, he's exactly what he was before. LeBron James, washed king. Like no, maybe
now he created that one,
right? Maybe LeBron just, but he created it off of everybody saying, "Oh, he's going to meet Father Time somehow." Yeah, it was like 27, 7, and 8 last year or something like that. We act in extremes with everything.
Yeah, it's got to stop. I'm guilty of it too. I'm a human being. I'm sure there's plenty of times I act in extremes. You know what I mean? And I feel my reasons for it. I ain't saying I'm above it. I'm just saying like, sometimes the whole thing originated from, he brought out his stats to say he wasn't a good NBA ball player. And I said, I lived it. I watched it. Or whatever. We could do the same thing in reverse with Ben Simmons. You can bring up his stats and his accolades to tell me he's a good ball player. I watched the game. I don't think he's as good as those numbers and those accolades say. I watch him play. I watch him in certain moments, and that's how I look at him as I feel. I don't think he's a bad basketball player by any means. I don't think he's like a scrub or anything like that. I don't think he measures up to what these accolades, and he averaged 14 and 7 or something like that. I don't see him as that type of player.
Put Ben Simmons next year on. I won't do Sacramento because I don't want to have that fight again. So let's put Ben Simmons on a team that Minnesota, perfect. Like Minnesota's a team. He is on his career 15.9, 8.1, 7.7. Mm-hmm. Those are his numbers on his career. You say he's not that good. Okay. Philly under the Ben Simmons and again, expectations. Philly under the Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid era, if you will, have been good. The problem is good isn't good enough. They're supposed to be champions, or at least playing for the championship. They haven't been able to do that.
Right.
Ben Simmons on the Minnesota Timberwolves. 16 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists. Is he that guy? With the caveat being Minnesota's now an above 500 playoff. Minnesota's now an above 500 team.
You're saying that's what they are.
I'm asking you, can Ben Simmons put up those numbers on a team that's not a championship contender, but that they're not cellar dwellers either. Like they're an above 500 team, even if it's 42-40.
Sure, he can. He can.
Okay.
Would I expect him to? Probably not. but he's talented enough to
That's
do
what
it.
I wanted to hear.
He
Okay.
can't do it. I would like if he went to Minnesota. What I say 20, 30 minutes ago? Please go to Minnesota. It's one less team I got to worry about. Please. Ben Simmons is not leading
Not
nobody
knowing.
else.
Okay. I just can't. And I guess this is the thing I'll never be able to understand. And I understand that in this industry, sometimes it's a bunch of followers and we latch on to what other people say and we recite the stuff that we, heard this person say, or we saw this person write. I just can't figure out how everybody's been wrong about Ben Simmons all of these years. Because is Ben Simmons an average basketball player?
Yeah.
Is he above average?
I don't think so.
So he's an average basketball player.
I mean, because it's hard to say, though, because defensively, he is elite on the defensive end. And it's tough to be just like, oh, you're average and you have that elite skill. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way I look at it. So you can say he's above average. I don't have no problem with that.
And he just completed his 4th season, but you think there is no growth in him. Like, this is who he is. He just completed his 4th season. He's not getting any better.
I don't think so. Here's the thing, and we explained why. The reason why, and this is a word that I use a lot on here, is I understand completely how tantalizing the idea of what Ben Simmons can be is. I mean, it's crazy to think about and he has the tools, right? Like he has the tools to be everything that you would want him to be. He's got athleticism, speed, size, vision. He's a smart basketball player. He's got an IQ. I think he can learn how to shoot, but I just don't think he got it in him. But I can understand people taking a chance on, well, if he ever does get it, watch out. Because I agree. If it ever does click, it could be special. I just don't think it's ever going to click.
But
That's
how much has to click for him, though? Which is why I asked you the average versus above average question. Like, it's not like there's a severe. Now we know that there is a disconnect, but it's not like there's this. Man, boy, Ben Simmons has really squandered his career. Like, if Ben Simmons walked away right now, the conversation would be him walking away after 4 years. But I don't know that anyone would go like, man, he really squandered his playing career. Like, he was good. He got some accolades around. The team didn't achieve the success that they were supposed to. And our last memory of him will be a brutal, I don't even know if it was a playoff series, a brutal playoffs.
I think they would. I think they would look at him and be like, he squandered it. Because I'll even tell you right now, he has all the tools to be so much better than what he really is right now. He's got all the tools, all the God-given ability to be so much better than what he really is.
All right. Well, I'm going to do something strange here. Jesse, is the show over? Okay. Do you need me to keep talking? Okay. I knew there was a problem in the studio. I could tell. Jesse normally sends me something. So he says the show is over. Jesse's the boss. So the show is over. We appreciate you being with us. If you haven't subscribed yet on the YouTube channel or hit the thumbs up yet, please do that. It's youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 as well. If you're on the Odyssey app and you miss any part of the show, you can use the on-demand feature and catch us there. You can also catch the podcast available wherever you get podcasts from. We will see you here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
You all right in there? All right. Is everything running? Do we need to be? Oh, okay. Okay. I know I didn't see the time cue. I was like, something's wrong, but I didn't want to keep talking if you needed the show to end. Chat house took over today. What's happening in here? What you giving up for Simmons if the Kings pull the trigger? I mean, universal deal.
Universal.
Bags, Bud, and a pick. I don't even like the idea of Buddy in that deal. I feel like Buddy and Simmons makes so much more sense, but there's no Philly has no desire for Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, no, and
I'm not. I've already turned heel once. I'm not going to go capping for Buddy to stay here, but I mean, just as I look at the way this shakes out, like it.
John Bull, love you, big dog. You know, with me, it's always a discussion, man. That's all it is, man. It's always a discussion. That's all it is.
What time did we speak on Simmons?
But it's all good.
The whole show.
Yeah, I'm about to say what.
Like damn near the whole show.
Each hour? Is that what you mean?
It started with the report. The report probably started around 12:40, and then it kind of ran from there. I get it why people don't want to trade Tyrese Halliburton. I don't want to trade Tyrese Halliburton either. I just don't understand why we hang up the phone so fast. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we got you. 12:40 works. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. I didn't say that. Didn't say that. Did not say that. I said.
Well, you said if you took Tyrese off of it,
they wouldn't be better. I think they wouldn't be the same. But if you have Tyrese there, I think you have enough people around him to mask his shortcomings, and you can magnify the things that he does really well, and they could help the team. Yeah. But nah, Tyrese is part of wanting to have him around so you can mask the things that he doesn't do very well.
Yeah. He's a guy you got to have. He's definitely a guy you got to have the right pieces around, which is, again, funny enough, Buddy Hield works perfectly. But there's no situation, it looks like, where Buddy and Ben Simmons wind up on the same team.
I mean, unless you win, like you said, unless you win Halliburton.
No, because it would have to be Tyrese. I'd assume it'd have to be Tyrese and Buddy.
See, I think they might pass on Buddy if they can get Halliburton, because then they'll be keeping salary cap. You got Halliburton. You could play with Seth Curry. You could play with, what I said earlier in the day. Shake Milton ain't that much different than Buddy Hield. Mm-hmm. So Halliburton to get the ball to the shooters, and he can shoot himself. I think they would be interested in that.
Is Patrick Beverly on Minnesota still?
Apparently,
he said Ben Simmons. This is hilarious. Add Ben Simmons to D'Angelo Russell, Karl Anthony Towns, and Anthony Edwards. You got a contender. Patrick Beverly quote tweeted it. Facts, bro. Who the hell are you trading then? Like, how do you think this works? Like, yo, if you take Ben Simmons and add him to our existing roster without removing anything, boy, watch out.
The Timberwolves would also be getting Tyrese Maxey in that deal as well, without giving up anybody.
Patrick.
Because he wants out.
You've been traded to Philly. You've been traded for the third time or fourth time. Where was Pat Bev originally traded?
Memphis.
Oh, and then sent to Minnesota. He's about to get traded again.
So he tweeted out, it's like grindhouse or something like that. And 2 days later, he was gone.
That's funny, Will. You get all our picks. Oh, Miss P, stop. I don't think he's going anywhere. Y'all, and I mean, I love Tyrese too, so I get it. But it's again like we are so in love with potential.
That's what he said, grit and grind.
We are so in love with potential. Who did that?
That's what he tweeted out, grit and grind. Let's go.
Oh, jeez. I see you, Bryce. I mean, he watches. He watches. He told me. told me he watches. I was like, damn, you pop in every afternoon. Yeah, cool. That's right when the thumbs down pops up. That's weird. Like, wild how that happens. He had some nice things to say about the show, so I guess we'll take it.
I will say this, because I met him a couple times. I never had a bad experience with him. That's just I will say this on top of that, seemed to be the only one. But
I mean,
personally, I've never had a bad experience with him. I never met him like less than a handful of times.
We've butted heads a lot. Yeah, yeah.
It's different
it
may be different when you have to deal with him on a different level than I did, right? I was just like, hey, how you doing? Da, 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 da.
He's not I don't think he's the type of person. He's not going to treat. I don't think he's going to treat anybody poorly, especially to their face. But look around a little bit. Roddy, Roddy sees what's up. Like Roddy knows what's happening. Like that's not like what Roddy. That's not like that's real. Not the only one either. Like there's a list of. Boy, there's a list of some like behind the scenes people that y'all don't know. That it's pretty wild.
That's crazy too, man. That's wild. That's really wild. That's wild. Like, man.
Yeah, I mean, again, he sent a nice message about the show, so I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Co.
So where's Co? Yeah, Co. That's it. Oh man, what was that? Somebody wrote something I was gonna sprung. Oh, yeah, it's not. That's not what you think it is. That's not what you think it is. And he hasn't had that for that long, but yeah, that's not.
Man,
that's not what you think it is.
Can I say that? Man, I love doing this, man. I love doing this, and like, I know people hear me and Damian, and if we disagree or something like that, or if I'm talking to John Bull and I disagree with something he said, man, this is love, man. This is what I be doing. I'm telling Danny and Sam, this is what I be doing for free. That's
not true. It's all right. Danny in San Francisco doesn't listen to us. I don't think he loves us, man. I think we out here on an island. Like
on an island.
I don't think he loves us anymore.
We're a 3-man wolf pack. Yeah. But man, I love this stuff, man. Like I talk this stuff. I don't never take it any type of way. I don't ever take it personal. I don't ever look at nobody crazy because they don't agree with me on sports for real. Like,
man, we get to sit around and
this is fun.
We get to talk about sports and music and movies and wrestling and boxing. Like, come on, man. How could you now? And that's like, this is fun. When we hit end broadcast, there's some shit that's hard. Like, there's some stuff that's really difficult. But this, bro, the stuff that like 12 to 4 is the easiest part of the job by far. Like 12 to 4 is the most fun. It's the easiest part of the job. It's everything else with 12 to 4. That could be tough.
It's funny too, because I think somebody it's Mitch. And he was just joking. I ain't taking no type of way. He's like, oh, what you guys need a vacation for? You work 3 hours a day. The funny thing about that, and I'm not complaining, is all day. Like all day, we're trying to put this show together. And when I mean all day, I mean to the moment I lay my head down. That's kind of like when I'm not thinking about what I have to do. So mentally, like I'll be working. Damian works, Jesse works like all day long, man.
It's not. Yeah, it's like it's the show. I mean, it's this stuff behind us. You know what I mean? Like, like it was Kenny and I, like, it wasn't even a conscious effort. We knew with the Rick Ross thing, we needed to do something bigger. for McQueen, who had been so supportive, man. Like we got to make Danny in San Francisco happy. We want to make sure, Black Bottles 916 is happy. We got to make sure all this, Sam at City Center Financial, like we're all a family here, and it's all like, we got to do more for this, we got to do more for that. Like and you're right, like it's with radio is and this is a fascinating medium that I just don't think some people won't be able to adapt to. Is radio, like in a studio or even pre-live streaming. Kenny and I are doing a show, and we could walk away knowing, I think that kind of hit today. Like that was solid. Now that we do the live stream, there's a number in front of us that we can see go up and go down.
Yeah, that's a trip.
And like we know we don't live or die by that number, but we also know that the people watching this are sports fans in our city. So we know that the people watching are at the very least a microcosm of the radio. So Ramsey, don't get upset with me. There's a reason baseball is talked about for that long. We've watched that number go up and down enough. There's a reason we talk about the Kings and the 49ers the way that we do. We can intelligently talk about music and movies and keep people here. Not diehards like the people who are in here for the post show, but the people who check in, people who check in like they would on the radio. People check into YouTube and Twitch like they do with the radio.
Right.
They're sitting at their computer or whatever. Let's pull it up, see what these guys are talking about. Oh, they're talking about the Kings. Let me hang out for a little bit. It's not an accident that you guys, and I know you guys see this a lot when you're in the YouTube channel. We can see all of the channels combined on our screen. But like if you're watching in the YouTube channel, the Twitch channel doesn't buzz the same. But y'all see that number? Y'all see it move? Shit, y'all were here for draft day. We were just as surprised as you were for draft day. We were like, oh my God. The whole stream has changed since draft day.
The funny thing about that too is like before, I got this show, I was like, man, if I get on, it's going to be my show. I'm talking boxing. I'm going to make boxing pop. You know what I mean? I'll make it pop. And then it was like, you get in this, you're like, well, you can talk about boxing, but you can see your numbers dwindle and all this other stuff. People running away, and you've got to make a decision. You're like, am I going to give the people what they want, or am I going to talk about what I want? Like, what's more important to me? Is I want to give the people what they want. And if they ain't really trying to hear boxing, luckily, Damien, myself, Jesse, we have the foresight. Hey, let's carve out this little spot. You can get your little boxing takes every week or every day. That works. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like, man, the Friday before a big fight, we doing 2 hours on it. Ain't nobody trying to hear. As much as I love it, nobody in Sacramento is not a lot of people in Sacramento are trying to hear 2 hours of boxing.
Hey, Danny, we're doing the post show, man. Can you say hi so everybody can hear your voice real quick and know that you're a real person?
What's going on?
See, oh Jesus Christ! All right, Danny calling me is the sign the show's got to end. So,
you guys are done. It's 4:10. Let's go. Let these guys go.
See, and the funny thing is, Danny's talking about like us letting you guys go on with your lives, not the other way around. We love y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow at noon, man. Thanks for hanging out.